And there we go. We are now live. Hello, everybody. Hello, world. And whoever is watching, really, to Delboy chat stream. Yes, I don't do too many of these, so there's bound sure to be mistakes all the way along this. And we've already waiting for one of our guests to come along. Poor Jim Jam. He's at the danger of Windows updates at the moment. So he's going to be joining us in a bit. But what generally happens in most of these chats is we always talk a little bit about what we've been watching this week, you know, what or maybe an important event that's happened in our lives that we might want to talk about and say what's been good. So I'm going to go introduce straight away. Denny, please tell us a little bit about your channel and then what you might have watched and what's been the highlight of your week.
Well, I currently run a couple of channels which are by no means, thoroughly have a lot of videos on. The ones I do, and I've got a bit of OCD. I'll go into a full history of a game. But I've got two channels. One's called the Retro Control Centre, which is just general games from the past computers, called Commodore 64 and Spectrum. The other channel is the one I like a bit more. It's the text adventure one. Those don't take a lot of time to do. I know the last one was about a year ago, but I've got some more coming, but I've got quite a few I'm trying to do. Just keep checking. There should be some soon. What I've watched, currently I'm watching House of the Dragon. That's something I really look forward to every week. I've watched up to the 7 episodes. I'm looking towards the final.
That's next month. That's on Monday, isn't it? Is it going to be a longer episode on that one?
That normally are. They run for about an hour and 15, an hour and a half, but they are an hour long running episodes.
The last one I noticed was an hour and 10, and I just wondered, I wonder if this next one's going to be an hour and a half because it's the last one.
But I wish other channels would learn by this. Just have 8 episodes and pour the money into the 8 episodes. Good scripts, no woke stuff or nothing. I'm banging on that drum again, I know, but stories are brilliant, and I can't wait to tune in next week. And that's how you do a program. The other one I've been watching is The Boys. That's on Prime. Yeah, that's been brilliant. It's like anti-superheroes that portray them. I don't know whether you've seen it. They portray them as these superheroes, but
I've read the comic. I saw it.
It's brilliant. The one who takes the line lead of Homelander was actually in something else watched before, Banshee, and that is superb. That is.
They're sort of villains, really, joined together. They're villains.
They're villains, but they're very. What's the word? They're staggered, really. This. What's her name now? I forgot her name now. She's broke away from them basically, and there's a lot of them.
Just a quick question on that for anybody that's sort of like thinking about watching it. Is it over the top with graphic violence and?
Oh yeah, and it's heavy with graphic violence and dark comedy. That sort I do.
That's a thumbs up then, yay!
Not slapstick. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do like slapstick, but not within a program like that. I'm just trying to think what else I watch as well. I watched that much. I can't even think what I watched, to be honest. Oh, I've started watching Superman and Lois. I watched the first episode of the 3rd season. That's start. It's a bit. I wouldn't say pappy, but it's a bit tame compared to like.
That's the new one, is it?
Yeah, that's the new
one on BBC. Yeah,
I'm watching that on iPlayer. There are others, but off the top, I can't think of anything else really off the top of my head. But them are 3 examples really of what I am watching at the moment, which are good to view.
Brilliant. That's absolutely fantastic. Hopefully it's given us some insight into some people that might not have heard of some of those shows and so forth. Ian, over to you. Welcome, by the way. Thank you very much for always inviting me onto your channel.
Yeah,
welcome to this one. Although you were on the last time I did a guest channel, it was with if I remember rightly, it was with Rock God and Playtendo guy, wasn't it? So,
God, that must be going back a long time.
Oh, 8 weeks maybe. But
I am more air then, probably.
Like I say, I don't do too many of these. So yeah, over to you, and thank you very much for coming on. Promote your channel and tell me a little bit about what you've been watching.
Well, I'll repeat, because one of the highlights that I watched this week was A Quiet Place Day One. I can't recommend that film highly enough. It was so emotional, and I'm still thinking about it. I really got involved with the character. She was great, the actress, and absolutely loved that.
Just before you go on though on that one, Ian, is that the third film, but actually it's a prequel, or is it the second film and they've gone to
it's really a prequel because it's day one. It's showing it starts. There's no invasion. She's
so if I remember rightly, it was A Quiet Place, then it was A Quiet Place 2, then it was a prequel.
This is the way it all begins, and it's good because it gives you another insight into invasion and everything. And yeah, I really enjoyed that one. What else? Yeah, I did watch something, and I wish I hadn't, which was Madam Web. I don't know why on earth I watched it. I started, you can tell things are getting bad because you start fast forwarding it. It was a download. God, this is getting a bit boring. Honestly, I don't know if you've heard of it or seen it. It's absolutely terrible.
Oh, of course I have.
Don't watch it. Don't watch it.
I've seen it.
Don't waste your time.
It's a Spider-Man character. Of course I've seen it. So carry on.
Yes. It honestly, all the things people have said about it are true. Oh dear. It's so bad. Oh. I'll mention Civil War again. I watched Civil War, and that is such a great film. Highly recommended. There's something about it. It just the way it does everything. Absolutely loved it. And I watched some of this afternoon. It was a trip back in time. This
really?
One. Bed knobs and broomsticks. I dug this out and absolutely loved it. I remember this because my mum took me when I was 11 years old. Before I went to big school, she says, "Oh, as a big treat, I'll take you to see Bed Knobs and Broomsticks."
Angela Lansbury, isn't it? Is it Angela Lansbury?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's great in this.
Yeah.
And the ending, the fantastic ending when all the armies, she wakes up, you see all the armor and all the knights and soldiers uniforms and inform. Oh, it's great. It's just a great bit of fun, and I like the animation. I know it's controversial to me. I don't like the new animation. This is the traditional animation.
What year? Just remind us, what year was that?
1971. I was 11. Right. Yeah. So,
I mean, because we've got to remember that animation in along with cellular film was not new then, was it? I mean, we've got it in Mary Poppins, haven't we?
Yeah.
And of course, I remember there's a famous dance routine, isn't there, with Gene Kelly and a mouse in the 50s, isn't there? Where they're dancing together. There's the mouse on the right, Gene Kelly. They're both doing a dance routine. I can't quite remember what the film was, but I'm pretty sure that was another combination of a cartoon and a film, celluloid.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, we've got the very important Who Framed Roger Rabbit much later on.
Yeah. Mary Poppins, of course.
Well, Mary, like I said, I mentioned Mary Poppins.
Yeah.
So the thing I remember about Bed Knobs and Broomsticks when it came to the animation, didn't they have the double bed underwater and there's a load of fish?
Right.
Yeah. Is that right? Yeah.
And there's the football match. There's a wonderful football match.
Yeah, I remember.
Wonderful. I love that animation.
Whenever somebody mentions a title, there's always something that flashes in your brain, and the thing that I remember is the bed, water,
the bed is great.
Water, and the fish. Yeah. I don't know why, but that's what comes up in my brain.
It's wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm with Ian on this one though. The animation back the early Disneys, the animation was absolutely superb.
Oh yeah,
You looked at it past the Lion King, it was like all square. I can't get down with that sort of stuff. I like the traditional, the hand drawn
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm
just
totally with you.
Yeah, you can't beat that. No, not at all.
Yes, cell animation was around for the biggest length of time for me. So I grew up with Looney Tunes, and I grew up with you know, the MGM cartoons, and you know, so of course when it comes to films, I remember Disney and Robin Hood and all of those
Right,
the Aristocats.
Oh,
So you know, it is a shame a little bit that when we get to the 90s and you've got you know, Touchstone Pictures or whatever it is. What was it? Who was it? It was I can remember. I'm seeing the titles come up now with the Half Moon. It was Geffen, wasn't it? It was a combination of Geffen, Spielberg, and
yeah.
They are anyway. They did all these Prince of Egypt and all of this sort of stuff, and you know, and the animation's fine and all that. Don't get me all wrong. It's just that it's not the same.
No.
I mean, John Bluth, he done The Land Before Time, didn't he?
Yeah,
and that
Tom
was
was brilliant.
in the same sort of way that did. Well, he's one of the previous artists, wasn't he, of Disney, John Bluth?
Yeah. I think the last Don Bluth one, and I might be wrong with this, was a Robin. It had a Robin Williams character sort of like voiceover. It was something about the rainforest, the last rainforest, I think it was called, and he played a bat. See, he played a bat. He said, "I'm Batty," and he started singing. And I remember that. I think that was the last sort of like full-scale animation. But there we are. So we get to me, I suppose. Not too much to actually say, because I mentioned pretty much what I watched on Ian's channel. I hope you do go and see Ian's channel. It's definitely worth a watch. We did a live stream. But on Wednesday, I did pick up a couple of films. And in between now and Friday, I have got round to watching The Irishman, which is one of the titles that I picked up in Birmingham because I had a day with Denny and Jim Jam. And The Irishman is quite a long film. And it was a Criterion release. And the picture transfer is really, really very good. I mean, I was surprised that there isn't a 4K version of it. I think there is in the States, but they released it over here as Blu-ray. And to be quite honest, it didn't matter too much to me. I think a lot of people, when they first saw that film, either applauded or really stated how much it grated, making Robert De Niro in that younger and older through the film, you know. So it's supposed to keep going back in time and showing them when they were young and then present day and all of this sort of stuff. So there was a lot of special effects that were done to de-age, you know, how it was done. Apparently, special effect that's now been used quite an awful lot in Star Wars and all sorts of stuff since that film. But to me, it didn't distract too much. Maybe in 4K, I'd see the effects a little bit too sharp, and it would take it away a little bit. So in a way, maybe it's good that I've seen it on Blu-ray. When it comes to Madam Web, I'll just put another side to Madam Web. It isn't a good film. It isn't a good film. No. It's nothing like the comic book character either, really. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. Sony need to exploit the Spider-Man license as much as they can, because that's all they've got of the Marvel books characters. So they can't have anybody other than a villain or a character or Spider-Man himself in their films. So Madam Web just happens to be a character that was in Spider-Man. Basing a film around that, probably not the best thing in the world to do. Is it as bad as what the critics and a lot of people said? I would say they were overly harsh, but it's not a great film. Take it like this. I put it on par with the first Venom film, right? The first Venom film, which everybody laughed at, made a shitload of money and made them so that they made another Venom film, and there's a third Venom film now was being made. So whether you think that this is good or bad, it all depends on your perspective and whether you what you're going in there to see. If you'll shut your brain off and just watch it as a thing, maybe you get something from it. From my point of view, I'm a big comic book collector, so I wanted to succeed, but I will shout out if I say crap. And to be quite honest, it's more on the crap than it is good. I will say that. And yes, I bought the Steelbook. So,
Del, doesn't it annoy you though when they change things within the comic book from the comic book, or like when they done Electro, and he was all blue instead of the proper costume that you saw in the, because that grates with me, sort of stuff like that.
Yeah, well, that's where it gets a bit difficult, because they actually did. If you read the comic, he was getting more and more powerful, and they changed his costume 10 years before that film came out. And then when Spider-Man's first film came out in 2002, MTV made a 13 episode cartoon. I think it was called just called Spider-Man. I remember it was all computer generated, all 3D modeled, and Electro is in that, and he is blue. And then that's 2003, and when you get to 2012 and you're talking about bringing Electro in, you've got a thing. What do? Do you do it modern, or do you do it so far back it looks like the 60s and spandex costumes? And what I've tended to find that what Marvel do, or what film studios do, is they try to do that thing of saying, we've got to make it work in the modern real world. So would he really dress up in a yellow and green spandex costume going around New York and all of that sort of stuff? Or would he sort of like have more a costume that's made of leather and all of this sort of stuff that you could possibly hide behind? Do you see what I mean? And from that perspective, I'm in two minds, because that's what happened with the X-Men. In the very first X-Men film, they said, "Oh, are they going to look like the comic book? And is Wolverine going to be brown and yellow and all of that?" They put them all in leather costumes. See what I mean? And they went, "Oh, that's more like what it would be if it was real life, wouldn't they? They'd have Kevlar armor or something." Do you know what I mean? Doesn't matter whether they've got special abilities or not. You're not going to go out there with spandex on, you know. But you know, like I say, it's horses for courses. It's how you want it to be. And yeah, I would have much preferred that Spider-Man film to be the old Electro, and the reason for that being is it was a very colourful film.
Yeah,
with all the lightning effects and all of that sort of stuff. And from that point of view, the reds pop, the blue pop. Just think what it would have been like to have a character in yellow and green. It would have been.
But the thing is, the costume, I mean, I understand what you're saying about, like, with the electric part out of his head, but that could have been actual special effects with the electric showing those particular.
And then you got to look at money, because it's Sony. You see, the other thing is Sony might have said, we want to go with this, and Marvel might have said, no, it's got to fit in with the Marvel comic universe, even though it's your film. Because I think, if I remember rightly, in the contract, Marvel, if I remember rightly, Marvel put up the money, and Sony then distributed it and got a percentage of the profits, with most of it going back to Marvel. So because they put up the money to make it, so they put up all the special effects, gave them all of the companies to do all of that. All they had to do really was do the costume, do the principal photography. Even the script had to be looked over. You see what I mean? So anyway, we haven't got Jim Jam in yet, but I'm going to start putting up the comments now, because we've got a few in. And let's have a look. We've got Danny Jukes. He's put, "Hi, how are you all?"
Hello, Danny.
You're very Danny Jukes, if you're still here, because that was a little bit earlier before 8 o'clock. Because I did say to him, hopefully we won't be very long, and he said, cool. Then we got Ian Batchelor. It's got evening, hello, everyone. Hello, Ian. Hello. Absolutely brilliant. Then we've got Sophie Lou. Evening, gentlemen. Hello, Sophie.
Hello, Sophie.
Hope you're having fun. I hope you're going to find it fun this evening. We're going to talk about probably many topics if people don't come up with questions and that, we'll try and think of something topical and interesting. Then we've got I know this antagonist is Steve. He's put wait for Del to finish his lumpy mash. Yeah, this is what I have to put up with every week. If anybody watches my blog, no, thank you very much, Steve, for popping in and having a chat. We hope you're going to ask some questions as well. Then we got Sophie Lou back saying A Quiet Place Day 1 is incredible. There we go. You've got a fan in this film like you, Ian, and I have to say A Quiet Place Day 1 is great. Yes, I've seen it. I liked it, but it was great. I like the movie series The Quiet Place. So, and you can't quite figure out Denny what it is yet. You probably will know it if we mention a little bit about it. Aliens that come down that basically kill people by the fact that they're blind but they hear sounds.
Oh,
which is why you have to be quiet.
I must admit I've never heard of it, but that's
you make a noise. You make a noise and you're dead.
Yeah, it's a great concept. Yeah.
Which you think to yourself that might be quite hard to do in cinema because that makes the film very quiet.
Yeah.
Right. In fact, there is a child in it that sign language is in it. Anyway, it is an actual great film. I like that. Sophie Lou then says, "What's that got to do with my knob?" I think that's bedrooms, bed knobs and boobs.
Oh.
No. Yes, thank you very much, Sophie. Continue to use that language. I've got no problem with it. What to do with my knob? There we are. Knob of butter that could have been. I don't know. Who cares? LFC Gamer and Vlogs. Evening, Del, and all. Hope all is well. So do I. That's brilliant. Then we've got Paul Patrick. What are your thoughts on the new Deadpool movie, guys? Well, who's seen it first of all amongst us?
No, I haven't seen it.
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, I've seen it. Yeah, all right. So I suppose it's down to me then. The hardest thing about doing a film like Deadpool and Wolverine is that Wolverine's dead. So when the character actually says it's called Deadpool and Wolverine, first of all, it's going to be a fan-pleasing thing, isn't it? Because you're bringing back a dead character and you're putting them together with somebody that's quite an antagonist, really, because his films have been close to an 18, if not an 18 already. Do you see what I mean? So I don't want to spoil it because it's only been out a week. Okay. So it's got a fantastic beginning. I will say that. How they bring Wolverine back and the interaction between Ryan Reynolds, and Wolverine is pretty good. It's what you'd expect, bouncing off of each other. There are a number of other special guest stars in it that will make you go, oh, like that. It's got quite a few belly laughs in it. You will chuckle without knowing anything about the Marvel universe. It's actually quite well done. It's actually quite an intelligent plot. And it ends in the normal sort of way that you get with Marvel. It's open for another film. It's open for moving into another area of the Marvel comic universe, because what you got to remember now is since the X-Men have come out, Disney have bought 20th Century Fox. So, and Deadpool is an X-Men character. So, and we already knew that because there was already X-Men characters in the second film. So there's a way to move it into a new direction on how those X-Men will look, because it'll be the new one under the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because they were never under the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Remember, they were always under 20th Century Fox. By coming under Disney, they're now back in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. which is why there's so much talk about Doctor Doom, the Fantastic Four, and everything else in the press. So that's all I can say really about Deadpool. I really enjoyed it. There's a lot in there to enjoy, even if you're not a comic book fan. I definitely would say that if you're a bit strapped for cash, go to one of those showings that's in the week, halfway, in the day, where it costs you about £5. You'll come out going, that was a £5 well spent. Go at £13 or whatever it is, you might come away slightly different opinion, because I know that when I'm spending £13 something, my opinion is going to change. You know what I mean? It'll have to be substantially good for me to enjoy £13, and I don't even have a copy at the end. You know what I mean? So yeah. So hopefully that's a good answer for you, Paul. I don't really want to give too much of the plot away, but it really has got a great opening. I will say that. I didn't see that opening being like that. So there we go. LFC Gamer and Vlog says, I can't stay for too long, but thought I'd pop in for a bit. No, that's fine, matey. So glad that you're around, I mean, might be nobody here in about half an hour. We don't. Then you got Danny Duke saying, if you could make a set for a film or films, what would you have in the set and why? I think that is if you could make a set for a film, what would you have in the set or on the set? Oh, that's a difficult one, because I'd have to know a topic of something before I knew what in the set or on the set. Interesting. Any thoughts, fellas?
Nothing's coming to mind.
No.
Like I say, these are going to be interesting questions. What we got here. I've just checked to see if Jim Jam's on his way. I still haven't got any message yet. So.
I don't know.
No, make a set for a film or films. What would you have in the set and why? I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on this one.
It is a difficult one. Let me see if I can think of something. If you could make a set for a film, what would you have in the set and why? I'm thinking he's talking about set dressing or in a scene, but maybe he's talking more about if you could make a set of films, what would your set of films be about? It could be that, you see. It could be that. But if I was
I had an idea. I was thinking, I don't know, it just came into my head, was the Roger Corman films with Vincent Price.
Yeah,
they often used same sets in different films, and that sort of idea comes across to me. Sort of creating like a sort of a like in a dungeon or something like that, like a torture chamber. Oh God! But so
coming out there.
Something interesting, different, because there is certain the Roger Corman certainly was doing that kind of thing with Vincent Price, wasn't he? Like the Pit and the Pendulum and all that.
Yeah. Oh, it's a bit of a Dr. Phibes theme, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just can you reuse those sets over and over again? He was able to do that, was Roger Corman. He was very clever, and using stock footage of like the fire. He set fire at the end of films, and I thought, we'll use that again, but next film, save a bit of money.
Well, he always did that. He always did that with the science fiction films, because he did the same shot over and over again. In fact, he showed the same shot but from a different angle, and then from underneath, and then from on top, and it was the same scene. But it was just.
Thing is, though, if you're talking about stock footage and the reuse of sets, you're talking about the master of disaster here, Irwin Allen, aren't you, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, from my point of view, I'm going to answer it this way. If we're talking about set dressing, what you're going to have in a film, I definitely don't agree with too much green screen, blue screen, or whatever. I like it to be proper sets.
Natural.
That's the one thing, right? I'm a big fan of when you've got the old carpenters coming in and they're setting up the scenes and all of that sort of stuff. All of that stuff that was in Aliens, all of that sort of stuff were all on Pinewood Studios, looking immaculate. Look at all those modern films we've had with the submarines and a water tank and all of that sort of stuff. They look absolutely incredible now. All that green screen and special effects does to me is it ages it. Because it'll look bad in 10 years' time. You can't really look bad if it's a bloody real submarine, can you? It's a bloody submarine. What do you want it to look like, So I look at things like that. If you're talking about what I'd like to have as a set of films, I'd really like to see another set of films that are comedy based, because we haven't got many comedies at the moment. Like we've had Beverly Hills Cop 1, 2, and 3. We've had all of that sort of stuff. I'd seriously like us to get to fall in love again with a particular film, and then it spawns a sequel and then a third, and it's two people put together, they suddenly bounce off of each other and it turns into a trilogy of films. That'd be nice. Otherwise, I'm not quite sure how to answer the question. I've thought of it from two different ways and given two different way answers on it. That's all I can say. I did my best. The next note is actually from Denny. Says, make, not mate. All right. So if I go back to it, if you could make a set of films. Then we've got Jim Jam saying Ferngully, and he's quite right. It was Ferngully in The Last Rainforest, but he's not here.
It's off his phone, isn't it?
I'm confused on that. Maybe he's managed to keep listening to us on his phone while he's trying to get his laptop working. So bless him. Keep going, matey. We're still here for you. If you can ever make it, that'd be brilliant. Then we get to Mark Fletcher. Evening, Mark, to you. Evening, gentlemen. I have a difficult question. In what order of importance would you put the three following things in your life? Music, film, TV, and reading. Importance, fellas.
Oh, that's easy. Films, music, reading. Straight away. Films and music, because I don't read for a start, so it's an easy.
So what I'm trying to think of here is that's important to you, but don't you think reading is incredibly important, and it's why we teach it at school? So reading should be higher up. I don't know. It doesn't say it's in order of preference for yourself, does it? It's
in your life. The following things in your life.
Oh, in my life. Okay. Yeah, I read it wrong.
So basically, I'd have films, TV, then music, and then reading. Films, TV, and music, simple for me. They've got unforgettable moments. You can always look back to a film or music, and it always transports you to a certain time in your life. I suppose reading can do that for some people, but I'm very visual. I like to watch it. Like, they say Salem's Lot. Take Salem's Lot, for instance. They say all the books are fantastic. Well, no, sorry. I prefer the TV movie. Because I mean, it's just a classic, and David Soul. You'll never get a better vampire series than that. I mean, it was a TV movie, for heaven's sake, as well. But I just find that the visual stuff and the music always takes you back to a certain part in your life, and the memories just start flooding back. Reading, if it was reading like magazines and stuff, I'd still put it third, but that'd be my choices anyway.
Yeah.
So 2, 1, 3.
Okay. What about you, Ian?
When I was younger, sort of in my teens and into early 20s, I used to read a lot of books. Always read books. They're always a big part of me. But yet now, I've read a book for years.
Did they have printing presses back then, Ian?
Yeah, all them. Do you remember them that you'd buy and you'd put the letters in? And
are you sure they didn't handwrite them with a quill pen or something?
It's terrible you are.
But now I love magazines, but I'm only down to one magazine a month. It's got that bad now.
The death of magazines could be might be a topic we'll touch upon if you want to talk about that in a bit, Ian. That might be a good topic. The death of magazines. But carry on.
What else? So reading now is just that. So it's not as important now. Music, films, and TV. Music, I don't know. Music's always been something it just always appealed to me as a child. It did. I know it was going on in the background. It was still there. What my mum and dad were listening to, and then what I started to begin to listen to, and it still is today. Music I play every day. I put an album on or something, I just have to have it. It's like a fix almost. Music just takes you. If you're feeling a bit down or if you feel not very well, put some music on and it's kind of lifts you. Where a film and TV, as much as I love them, they don't quite have that same lift. Though maybe if I there might be a group of films like comfort films that I could put on that would help and lift me. But I think music is a higher level to that. But,
so you'll have music as number one. What are you having?
Yeah, I would put music and then I would put films, TV, and then reading. That would be mine.
So in that order, that's brilliant. So it's 1, 2, 3 for you. Brilliant. Yeah. Okay. I know that it's changed around in years on this. Right now, it's the same as Denny. It's films, then music, then reading. Back in the day, it would have been 2, 3, 1. And I'll explain that answer is that I couldn't naturally afford records and tapes and so forth. We had a big record deck that was like a piece of furniture, a gramophone type thing. I forgot what I call it now. I've mentioned it many times before. It was a radio and a record player and a big sideboard. And basically I bought my records where I could just about afford a single, based on my pocket money. But every week my father introduced me to comics. And every week I would have 2 or 3 comics because they cost 5 pence, 10 pence. And so therefore, over a year, I'd have suddenly 52 comics, that I could read over and over and over again. In that year, I probably bought half that amount in records. And if you play them over and over again, they get bored, especially if you're a young person, not in your teens, even. So you'd be listening to the same tracks over and over again, and it would just get boring. So I will say that it would have been 2, 3, 1. And then when I get to my teens, it's 2, 1, 3. Music takes over. Do you see what I mean? I still collect the comics. I still read them, but I didn't appreciate them as much as I did music now because I was listening to something new. I could the money that I was earning enabled me to buy more than I could when I was a kid. So basically I could buy 2 or 3 albums a week, compared to with pocket money 1 a month, you know what I mean? Which is what I could possibly afford. So yeah. So yes, it's an interesting question. And like I say, for now it's films, TV, music, reading. And I think films, TV is a no-brainer really, because from the moment the earliest memory that I've got is watching TV. I've always said that I was of that age that the earliest memory I've got of TV was John Pertwee transferring into Tom Baker in a Doctor Who episode. That was the earliest memory I've got of TV, and that's 74? Is that right? 74, 75, 74. So that's, the Spider story of John Pertwee's last season. So, yeah.
Del, I've got a question for you and Ian, actually, just a little follow-on from this.
Yeah, go on.
Now, we all in our life get dumped by our girlfriend. What particular piece of music always sticks in your mind? Because there's a piece of music, I always remember the one night I got dumped, and there's always that particular piece of music that always goes with you all through life that you remember. Mine was Soul to Soul, Back to Life. I always remember that one.
Well, mine was Alone by Heart.
No way.
And the reason for that is that I didn't really go out with the girl. I just had a secret crush. And when I finally did want to sort of like go out, didn't want to know. And it sort of like destroyed a friendship, really.
Yeah.
I tried to make up by at that time I couldn't drive. Well, I could. I drove an automatic, but I didn't have a This was a time where there were two separate licenses. You had an automatic driving license. You had a license that enabled you to drive with a manual gearbox. I had an automatic, but I didn't have an automatic car. So I had to walk to her house to drop off a letter and then walk home in the hope that she'd read it and then she'd respond by a letter and that. She could drive, right? See? Her house is 5 miles away. So I got up at 4 in the morning on a Sunday, got there at around about 6 in the morning, dropped the letter off, walked home. It would be about 7 or 8 in the morning, get back into bed, and then try and catch up with the sleep that I had because I'd woken up at 4 in the morning to do this. And I lost 3.5 stone in weight during that time. But I had a Walkman. And on that Walkman, I had one tape. And it happened to be the tape of It Ain't Heavy, Soft Metal. Right? And on there was Heart's track of Alone, along with Kaylee and all of the other famous soft metal tracks. But that one brings to mind. So,
yeah, there's always a track, ain't there? There's always a track.
Yeah. What about yours then, Ian?
I think one of the earliest singles I ever bought was Wishing Well by Free, which I still absolutely think is one of the great pieces of music. Yeah, but I always used to think, when I heard that song, I always used to think, God, if I could just I wish this girl would take notice of me. You sometimes just want to be near somebody.
It was a breakup song then. It was a song to get her attention, was it? Is that right?
Yeah, it was kind of like that. But of course, the thing is, with something like that, I remember once saying, because I thought, music, it's a good way. But I was a bit thick, really, because their kind of music that they were listening to would be like pop music of that time, which would be, let's see, it would be like the Osmonds, David Cassidy, all that kind of stuff. And if I said, have you heard this track come free? Wishing Well. It's wonderful. They'd be, what's that? What are you? They'd think I wasn't. They'd think I was a bit weird. I think because everybody, if I tended to one of these people, I didn't go always with crowd. Everybody was saying I like this, I like that. I'd be liking things like Free, as I say, and David Bowie even at the time. Yeah, David Bowie was considered a bit, straight, but you could never impress a girl with your musical taste. I couldn't, anyhow. No. Absolutely zero. You can't say, have you heard that new David Cassidy song? Osmonds, or even worse, Donny Osmond. What a nightmare that was. But you remember, I don't know, maybe it's a bit early for you, but the girls, they used to come in with all these magazines. They had Jackie, and they had all these things, and they all had pictures of the Osmonds.
Yeah.
Looking at that as well, didn't they? Looking magazine.
Yeah, and Donny and all that. It just drove you mad. So there's no hope.
But the thing is, Ian, I had a conversation with Del and Jim Jam when we were out. Yeah. And I said, it's strange now. We was in one of the computer shops. And back then, when I was gaming, probably you was the same as well, Del. when we was playing our games, we was looked on as nerds, complete nerds.
Yeah.
And girls never used to play. Well, girls and women never used to play computer games. It was always like they've got this thing with like 18-year-old spotty virgins, you know, with their national health classes. That's how you was looked at. Yeah. And if you look at it now, there's as many women and girl gamers as what there is men nowadays. It's just like a unisex type thing to play games.
Yeah,
time's moved on though, you know. But I do agree with what you said about the music. I was the same, into rock, and they was into salt and pepper and all this, and thinking, oh, for God's sake.
Yeah,
you know, that even put me off at times, you know.
Right, I'm just going to interrupt you for a minute, Denny. You can carry on in a minute. It's just I'm just going to bring Jim Jam in.
Oh, okay.
At the stage. There we go.
Hello. Hello, Jim.
Hello.
And now you had a few little problems, but I think this will work. You're using your phone. You're using your phone now, are you? Yeah.
Nah. I've sorted the laptop out now.
Oh, you sorted it out. That's brilliant. Oh,
yeah, I'm back on the laptop. I'm not very technical like you, Del.
No, don't worry. We're gonna. What do you mean? Not very technical like me. I'm bloody technical. I'm an IT manager. Anyway, look.
Oh, that's what I mean.
You could have sorted your problems out. You couldn't have.
Anyway, Denny's just gonna. I think it was Denny. You were just gonna finish off, weren't you? With that?
No, I finished off. Yeah, I'm just saying. And things like back then. But it wouldn't have been known as cool. Look at it nowadays, you know.
Yeah, and I'll just end it, but you know, just by saying I think it's very interesting what Ian said, because, like I say, I mean, I thought he was going to say the Brandenburg concertos or something like that, right? Because you know of how old he is. You know, I mean, you know, like the fifth symphony or something, right? Was the tune he had in his head. But we're going to go to Jim Jam, because we're just introducing our friend Jim Jam. Jim Jam, can you just quickly promote your channel, and you can just mention just quickly what you've been watching just recently, and then you can answer the question that's at the bottom of here.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm Jim Jam. I've been doing YouTube for like 3 years now. I started out doing out and about videos, and then I started doing other series. Like I've done a few series on my channel as well, like watch from scratch. That was one I did, where I had the scratch card poster, and I'd scratch films off I had never seen before. I also done a series called Pick the Flick, where I got a lot of people in the BlueTube community involved. I basically got a guest on each episode I recorded, and got them to choose the film I watched. And that's what I did. Whatever they chose for me, I watched it. So I've done about 20 episodes of that, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, they're all on there somewhere. I have done quite a few of them. And I had some very obscure stuff, some stuff I'd never dream of watching. Like, but yeah, that was good. And now I'm just in the middle of pottering about, thinking what to do next. You know, another idea. But I've always got my book out with ideas of stuff to do. Yeah, but what I've been watching, well, saw Never Ending Stories today at the cinema. If I didn't mention it all today,
we've watched.
I've only mentioned it. I've only mentioned it a few hundred times. But yeah, it was, like I say, they've done fantastic to put it on the big screen, and it looked fantastic. I ain't gonna lie. The projection was brilliant on it. You still had a bit of grind, but I think you needed a bit of grinding to keep that like nostalgia alive, I think. But I
was gonna ask that. Did it? Are you sure? And I have to ask this question.
Yeah.
It's not the original negative that was shown, or did it say at the end restoration, and it tells you about the restoration, about the film?
Yeah, it didn't say restoration. I stayed right till the end credits. It didn't say.
When you talk about film grain, maybe you're actually watching the same print as what you'd have seen back in the 80s. You know,
could have been, yeah, could have been. But yeah, I went with my friend Richard. I was going to go on my own, but he messaged me. I said, I'll meet up with you and that. And we went and watched it. There was only 4 people in the cinema, including myself and Richard. So it was. That
might be because it was 11 in the morning, though, more than anything else.
Yeah, could have been. But I was like, yeah, man, sound.
Because today is the first day of a huge amount of weeks of Spider-Man films, aren't they? They're showing Spider-Man all the way through, all 9 films. Every week they're showing the Spider-Man films at the cinema. So you've got Sam Raimi's first Spider-Man film this week. Next week, it's the second one with Doc Ock. The third one is Venom. The fourth one is Andrew Garfield's first one, etc., until you get all the way up until, the last one, No Way Home. And that's every week to celebrate Spider-Man. So that's, if you're a big Spider-Man fan, you've got 9 weeks of going to the cinema.
Yeah. I think they're doing it with Star Wars as well. I'm sure I've seen somewhere they're doing it with Star Wars as well.
Yeah. Watch the first 3 and forget the rest.
So if that's the end, Jim, can you answer the question? It's at the bottom of the screen if you can read it.
Right. What would you put the 3 following things in your life? Music, film, and TV. Reading. Probably, if I'm honest, I'll put reading last.
Yeah.
It's always them 2, films and TV or music. Big music fan, been to loads of festivals over the years. Oh God, I should say film and TV first, really, because my Jim Jam movies and TV. It's too hard to decide. He's got me on that one. He's got me.
Fail.
Fail. Yeah.
That's brilliant. I mean, like I said, even with me, I said, depending on where I am in my life, it would be right now it'd be 2-1-3, but back in the day it would have been 2-3-1. And the reason for that is I couldn't afford music. I didn't have enough pocket money to be able to buy albums and singles. So I had a very limited amount of music to listen to. So basically I had far much more reading material and far much more to watch than I did listening. So, and that's just because of my age and the fact I weren't earning. So, so that's an interesting one. That's brilliant. Welcome aboard, and we'll move on with the comments then, because we've answered that question. And although, I'm not quite sure how many questions we'll have before we'll have to start talking about topics. So we've got Born in the 70s Gaming. He's put Euphoria Pictures streaming as well tonight with Nigel's wife Laura. Yeah, this is something that we were discussing earlier on. In fact, I wasn't even going to mention it, Born in the 70s Gaming, but I do have to say, we advertised on Tuesday that there was going to be a stream, and it came as a big surprise that Euphoria Pictures said they were doing a one-off. And it just happened to be the night that we're doing this, and we put off doing this on a Friday for the last 3 weeks because we didn't want to broadcast at the same time. So I'm not saying that there's anything nasty going on, but we tried to avoid taking anybody away from somewhere, and we also tried to avoid having people having to make a choice. You see what I mean? I'd rather them be able to watch and not then play catch up. You see what I mean? But there's nothing that we could do about it, and I didn't want to disappoint anybody. And like I say, I'm not saying that there's anything adverse going on in the background. I just think it's bad timing. But we did advertise on Tuesday, so ours has been out there advertised as a chat on a Friday for at least 4 days. You know what I mean? So take that as you want, really. And then you've got spoiled for choice. Have a good one, lads. No, and it's not a problem. I do totally understand if you're not around Born in the 70s Gaming. I do understand. Much bigger channel, much more probably to talk about. Hope you get it caught up on a rewatch on this one. And for the 16 people that are watching, thank you so much at the moment. I mean, it's much appreciated. So we move on to LFC Gamer and Vlog. Speaking of Deadpool, you'll be surprised, but I've never seen any of the films since I'm not the biggest Marvel lover out there. But the PS4 game of Deadpool I thought was really good. Yeah, not many of you are gamers out there, so I'll just answer that one, is that I have got a Deadpool game, and I do remember playing it on the PS4. But if I remember rightly, I bought that in a sale. It was one of those ones where, I don't know if you remember, but if you looked in HMV and you didn't buy it on the first week, then suddenly it would drop in price and then by a percentage. and then all of a sudden you could pick it up for a tenner or a fiver. They'd slap a sticker over the top of their original sticker, and it would say something like $9.99. And even me being the biggest Marvel fans out there, but didn't buy that until it dropped to $9.99. I can tell you that now. So I did buy it. It's a Marvel product, but I didn't buy it until $9.99. Anybody else want to comment about games before we move on?
No,
don't play them.
But a bit lacking in the challenge. Yep. Catch you all soon, fellas. Take care. Not a problem. Thank you, LFC. LFC is one of my subscribers.
Yeah,
always has something to say on my blog, so I appreciate that. Has his own blog. If you can subscribe to him, do so. Very insightful guy. He'll talk about pickups. He's well into his football. His predictions, by the way, for football have been pretty much spot on until this year. He didn't get this year very well in regards to the Premiership. But we move on to Sophie Lou. She said, sorry, I can't stay. Had an awful migraine all day. Have a great stream. No, thank you very much, Sophie. Like I say, I do understand that people might be dropping off and so forth, but it was appreciated coming along. Mark Fletcher, to touch on what you said, Del, about the Marvel films, I think you're better off not knowing anything about the comics because you won't be as disappointed in them. Yeah, and it's a perfect perspective to talk about it because there's a lot of lore in the comic books. And Marvel, I don't think the current Marvel team that make films care one hoot about the older type people that read the comics because they want new people to read the comics now. So they want you to look at this new way of introducing the characters and then write a comic based on the movie as it is now, than having to keep using lore and lore and lore from the 60s, the 70s, and so forth. Because it's those people, by the way, that Marvel should be kissing our asses on, like me, because we're the only people that are buying the comics now to keep with our collection. In other words, we started a run back at issue like 110 or something because not some of us are in our 70s. And they're up to issue 900 now. And I'm telling you now, those people that have been collecting comics and have got issues going back as far as 100, they're still buying them this week, but not reading them. And the reason for it is you've alienated us, but we're keeping you afloat because we want our comic collection to be the whole lot. You see what I mean? So they should be kissing our ass. They're not. They want new people and they want a new sustainable audience that will carry them forward for the next 60 years, which they won't get. That's a certainty. We could have that as a topic at a later date, fellas, but that's just a quick answer to that one. Have you got anything that you want to say in regards to what's the best way to watch a Marvel film? You've seen some Marvel films yourself, so you might have an opinion.
Yeah, I just saying, it's about changing the law and all that. Obviously, you know about more than me about the electro stuff. That felt disjointed to me. But I mean, this bleeds into other stuff. I mean, I ain't going to keep going on about Doctor Who. You know my feelings. It's law for law changing sake sometimes, and I like the early classic stuff as the Bible. But as you say, they're looking for a new audience, and they're just not interested in us. But again, they've got the collector in us, haven't they? They always know that.
They've got the collector in the old brigade, and that's it.
Yeah.
Those are the people with the money that have got money to burn.
Yeah.
See what I mean? So that's how that works. Anybody else want to say anything about that?
No, it's okay.
No. Okie dokie. Denny then says, great answers to my question. That's absolutely wonderful. Not a problem. And we got Steve's Gaming question. I just brought a handheld Spectrum. It plays Spectrum games only. Nothing else. What one computer would you like on a handheld and why? This will be one for Denny and me. I'm not quite sure about you over two, but just have a little think about what you might think about whether you might have liked a portable pinball machine, say, Ian, or something. I don't know, but these types of things have been around in seasides when you went on holiday and all sorts of stuff. So just have a quick think. But Denny, what would you like to have as a single computer that would be made into a handheld?
It'd have to be a Commodore 64.
Yeah, I thought you might say that. Any reason why?
Well, it's. I mean, I've had them all: VIC-20, Spectrum, Commodore 64, Amiga. I mean, it's a tough choice. Really. It'd be the Commodore 64 or VIC-20, but I think the games that suit it more for the Commodore 64, not except for text adventures, obviously. But obviously, the Commodore 64 was a better computer, more playable games, and the obviously the amount of games that was made for it as well. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd love nothing more than to be able to play Whizball on an handheld for the Commodore 64. That'd be absolutely brilliant. I mean, all my favourite games mainly are on the Commodore 64 anyway, so that'd be my choice, definitely.
Yeah, and just to basically just end the question quite, because I mean I don't think the other two are going to be able to be saying too much about this one. Mine would be a similar answer. It'd be a Commodore 64, but I think quite close to that would be an Atari 800. And the reason for that was I think the Atari 800 was really, really ahead of its time. I mean, it was a 1979 computer, and it was still faster than a Commodore 64 when it came out in 1983. So when you consider there's a 4-year gap between the two machines with a VIC-20 in between them, that Atari 800 blew my mind. You know, I mean, it had sprites, it had a great sound chip, not as good as the SID chip. And by the time that the Commodore 64 was coming out, it had a bigger library of games. But when you're considering you want to know what machine you'd like as a handheld, going back to my nostalgia, it'd be the Commodore 64. I'd have a bigger amount of games. I'd have the sound coming out of it, and I'd be remembering all of those lovely soundtracks that were coming out of those games, because they were epic, the soundtracks that came out of those. It was a sprite-based system, so basically it was perfect for arcade. So yeah, definitely the Commodore 64. Is there anything you'd like to add, Jim Jam and Ian, before we move on? And by the way, hello, little daughter. Hello.
I was going to say my first system I had was a Master System.
A Master System, yeah.
Yeah. I had a Master System, and I remember Master System 2 because it had Alex the Kid built into it.
That's right. And they did do a Master System handheld, wasn't it? It was the Game Gear. So
yeah, Game Gear, that was it. I had one of them as well, I think, a Game Gear.
Yeah, so the Game Gear was basically a Master System in a handheld. So you got your wish, really. They actually made one. And then Ian,
in 70s, there simply wasn't. There weren't any.
Pong,
there wasn't any.
I suppose we're talking Pong, aren't we? With you?
Because when I was brought up, we were just games, board games. Really, that would be us.
Oh, come
Nothing
on.
electronic.
Even I know that there was Shark Attack and all these sorts of like mechanical arcade machines by the seaside. Pong was definitely around in 1976, 77, Binatone Pong.
Yeah, 76, 77. I wouldn't have been interested anyhow because I was on music. It's all getting into music and all that sort of stuff, going out and so I mean, the only contact I got with games, I suppose, was in pub. And it'd be Space Invaders, and that might be a little bit later than that.
Again, 78, 79.
Yeah. So you'd be there and having your pint, and there'd be the Space Invaders. I mean, I never was a big player then of it because I was still more into music. But I might have a go in pub, but
I'll tell you what blew my mind back in the day. The first time that I saw a cocktail cabinet of an arcade machine where people were sitting down, right? And you had a table, like a coffee table, and two people were playing the game. If you died, it then switched the screen round and they watched it from the, and they played it from their side, and then it went around and it was on there. You played Pac-Man and Galaxian like that. But what I'm saying is how wonderful it is to be able to put your cup of coffee on the one side down there. And actually play the screen, and you actually sat down rather than standing up and and doing it all. I thought that was absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, I remember that. I've got a good memory about that. I used to stop over my nan's of a Wednesday night, and we used to go across the club, and they had that exact cocktail cabinet with the Space Invaders.
Yeah,
and obviously they wouldn't let me play them because of being so young. Because they used to put it in the same as the fruit machines. So
it had smoked, toughened glass, and
Yeah.
it was gorgeous looking. I mean,
we used to watch all the others play because I mean, back then when that was released, it was like, oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. The
Well,
space.
no word of a lie. The first time I saw one of those, and I wasn't very old, I came running back into the house and I said, "Do we need a new coffee table? Because I've got an idea of where we can get a good one." I don't think my parents would have liked the bill of £22,000 or whatever it would have been for no. That's probably how much it was. Remember, these things were supposed to be put into places where they made money.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
It's not like there was a second-hand market for them. Or
but it's true, isn't it? There was a 10p shortage in the country, wasn't there? Because there was that many people playing it. Fantastic memories, wasn't it? From then, 77.
So we'll move on from that, and we get to Mark Fletcher and Scott. This is a question for Denny. Oh wow, sod then. Right, no, this is a question for Denny. The first 30 odd years of my life, I lived in Willenhall. I wonder if you are old enough to remember the little video game shop that was near Blockbuster Video? ?
Well, I'm 57, so there's a good chance I remember.
You're 77, did you say?
Clean your ears out.
Oh, sorry.
57. A little computer shop. Oh God. Was that Upper Lichfield Street, Lower Lichfield? There was a computer. There's one I used to know. He used to rent them out. Games. He used to rent the games out. And I used to go back and type. And he used to rent them out 75 pence, I think it was. And then obviously you go back after a day and you say, oh, you don't want it now. And I'll have another one, type. That's the only one I remember, though. I don't remember Blockbuster Video being near it.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
I haven't been to Willenhall, so I can't comment on that one. You're close to Birmingham, aren't you, Jim Jam? Are you near Willenhall?
No, I'm not near Willenhall. I'm not far from Willenhall, I think, am I, Denny? It's not. I have to think.
No, Dudley, Wren's Nest, isn't it, up that area? So, no, it's not that far. It's just like going to. Is it like going to Walsall or something like that? Or
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only about. I'd say about 9 mile, 10 at the maximum. I'd say.
Yeah, but it's still far enough distance to say I don't remember going there. So I suppose.
Yeah. I don't know whether you noticed my accent and Jim Jam's accent. Although we've got the same sort of dialect, it is, probably different between the both of us.
Yeah.
Because, Dudley, Willenhall, Birmingham. I've got a bone to pick with you. Put me down as a Brummie legend, do you? I'm a yam.
I don't care. According to this stream, you're a Brummie legend, and that's all you're getting.
I'm a bloody yam.
I'm not a legend. Oh.
Network DVDs and Blu-rays. Look.
Oh, you got that right. I'll let you off. I'll let you off.
I'll be honest. That's the only shop I remember for computer games. It was a chap who used to wire them out. It was by the Rainbow Fish Bar, if I remember. Is it Upper Lichfield Street or Lower Lichfield Street? One of the two. Well, I can't remember Blockbuster Video. That's puzzling me now. That one. I mean, I don't know whether Mark's still on it. Was it anywhere near Dave Dallas? Because there was a chap who sold records, Dave Dallas.
I think he's still on. If I'm looking at the questions, but it all depends on how far back the last question is. So.
Yeah, just if you tell me roughly where it was in the Willenhall town, I'll probably be able to tell you then.
Yeah, not a problem. Right, so thank you very much for that. By the way, he's a complete git. Of course, those two sound exactly the same. They're right from the same bloody place. They sound alike, maybe look alike. But they're separated.
Bloody Brummie legend.
Right. Then you got. Did you see that? Brilliant. Hello. The legend of Delboy is live. Yeah, because I'm not dead yet. I'm still trying to live. And it's got. I hope you guys are doing well. I think we're doing pretty well. Thank you, damn right, was well, sir. I mean, I watched him the other day. He was doing a watch along. It's quite entertaining. Their watch alongs are quite Well, they're funny in places, but it's really quite good because if something sort of like dramatic goes on, they start talking about it while you're supposed to be watching it. The watch-alongs that I used to do, you just used to take the piss all the time. Somebody would come out with a dramatic line and we'd say something different. Say, hey, look at him. He looks like a 70s porn star. What's that guy? You know, the big mustache. And we'd be doing all of that. So he does his watch-alongs probably the way you're supposed to do them. So we get to Mark Fletcher. I remember buying Sonic and Knuckles for about 65 quid there, and that was in 1993, I think. And we moan about prices now. Yeah, when you take inflation into consideration here, that's probably £100 odd.
Yeah, that's not the shop I'm thinking of. That shop was round about, well, believe it or not, I mean, one of my video, Invincible Island, I heard that off him. That was 83, wasn't it? So
yeah,
I don't think it's the same shop now.
I mean, you don't know whether it was took over and still the same shopping in 1993 and moved to cartridges. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, Blockbusters were even renting, weren't they, at that sort of time?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Video game.
I can't remember exactly where Blockbusters was in Mullinor.
Yeah, he said it. Blockbusters was just down the road. He said the little video game shop that was near Blockbuster Video. He said so.
Doesn't come to mind Blockbusters.
Denny Jake says, "Hi mate, that was to. Did you see that? There's a back. Then we've got Stephen Taylor. Good evening, gentlemen. Hello. When you were younger with little money, did you have pirated games, music, and film collections, or have you always been law-abiding citizens?" So the first person going to jail tonight is Denny. Fire away.
Oh, me again.
We'll go Jim Jam, then we'll go
right then. Film collections. No, I didn't have any pirate film collections. I did used to type them off the television.
Pirate.
No, I've typed them off the television.
Pirate.
So, I could only afford, well, in we're talking VHS days, these. So I used to buy these.
Apparently recording off the telly was piracy, but carry on.
Yeah, but I wiped them off after.
Far away.
Yeah, so, and I typed Superman the one day, the movie, because I was waiting for that to come on. You know, you used to wait and you'd cut all the adverts out, pressing pause. And the types, that was like the early generation of types. And when he was in, what's the place he goes in now? His little place, the Citadel. What's it called? Come on, you should know this still.
Fortress of Solitude.
That's it, the Fortress. I couldn't think what it was. It's all white. Well, when I put that on, the picture was just all white. I couldn't see anything else. I couldn't see none of the actors or nothing because it was that bad. Music, again, music, I used to type the was it the top 40 off Radio 1 at the time? Every week that used to come on. Yeah, that I never had any pirate type, but I used to type them off the radio when they used to do the top 40.
I think it started off at 4 o'clock. It was the music chart on Radio 1. And it lasted for about 3 hours, wasn't it? 4, 5.
And then I used to have them. So, but they always used to cut the end off, and that's how you wouldn't have the full thing. But as far as games went, we all had friends at school. Everybody done it. Everybody done type to type and copies and all that. And you swapped, didn't you? I mean, probably them. I mean, the way I look at piracy, you had these games, and if you didn't like them, you'd never play them again. So they never would really lose any money out of you, would they? Really, if you think about it. If you never played them, and if you did like them,
is this your plea to the jury after admitting that you're a right captain?
Well, that's my stance on it anyway. If you liked it,
please don't put me away, even though I did this 30 years ago.
I'll tell you something. I used to go down to this school up the road, Frank F. Harrison. I don't really know it, Jim Jam, up from me, but Frank F. Harrison School.
No.
And we used to have the Amiga was there, and we used to do obviously the copies and all that. And a game come along called Dungeon Master, and sometimes they only used to be like the early, they used to make the game, but they hadn't completed it fully. Well, I had this copy, and it was only like the first 10 levels out of the 20. And to be honest, it was like a good advertisement because I loved it that much. I went out and bought it. Then I bought the deeper dungeons. So in a way, piracy, if you could call it piracy, if you didn't like it, you'd never play it.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't lose any money anyway. And if you did like it, I used to buy it anyway. So
Brilliant.
That's the way I used to do it. Yeah.
So we move over to Jim Jam just for a quick one on that one. Pirating in regards to anything, games, music, film collections. Carry on.
Not really. No, I used to record stuff off the telly and that, but I didn't.
Pirate. Right, carry on.
Yeah, and music, like the same as Denny, used to take off the radio. Go on and move over to Ian.
So in other words, you're a right Captain Pugwash, just like him up there. So, you know, what I'm saying about this, you know, it was the law. It was actually put in statute on that basically, if you recorded something and you kept it over a period of time off of the telly, it was piracy. That was in 80s legislation. I don't think it was there. I don't think it was ever enforced.
Why did they bring out blank tapes out then? Why did they bring blank videos out?
Blank tapes were there for your own personal recordings. You could have used them in video camcorders. You could have used them in, you know, it's like anything. I think the confusion is this. Certain stuff is public television, and you're allowed to record that, right? It's just the fact that a film is being shown as a film or something like that. And ITV have spent money on broadcasting that so that the BBC can't show it. And that's something also that you can buy as well through sell-through. And from that point of view, whether you bought it on the telly, whether you recorded it off of the telly or not, you've got the film. And therefore, it's where, you know, what you're supposed to do with that. And it's much the same with radio when we were taping the top 40 and everything else. They were legitimately playing the single that you could actually buy. They did a voiceover at the end and they hoped that would deter people. But at the end of the day, a lot of people went, stuff that for the last 10 seconds. I've got the bloody track now. That's another So, you know, it really is I looked at it like this. I bought so much. I'll answer the question now myself. I bought so much that basically I thought I'm giving the industry enough money back for them to cope with this piracy crap. To me, piracy was somebody that was recording it and then trying to sell it and make a profit.
Yes.
That to me was piracy. For me to actually go to my mates and him give me a copy of it and for me to play it, they lost the sale of $9.95 or whatever the game was. But as far as I'm concerned, I wasn't actually then doing a cover, a black and white cover, going to a market stall and flogging it off at £2.50, whatever it is, and have about 50 copies of it in the back boot of the car and selling it that many times that I've stopped them from getting 50 times $9.99 instead of 50 times £2.50. Do you see what I mean? That's the people that they really wanted to cop hold of. So. You know, I look at it like that. Ian, just a quick word on piracy. Did you do anything? Record albums from your friends, did you?
Of course, muggins. Because I'd say, I've got that album. You just record that for me. I used to be spending after me bloody time recording on tapes for my record collection. But there is another thing. When you're saying piracy, I always think bootlegs. Bootlegs, they were so important because some groups had like unofficial bootlegs. They were actually promoting them. They didn't mind.
That's true.
Promoting the group. And bootlegs for me consisted of two things. They were live performances, often alive, and they varied in quality from somebody in audience holding a mic up and trying to get a quality was terrible. On the other hand, there were others where they were really good recordings because the group, every sort of live show on a tour, they'd record all these live shows because they probably then would choose one that maybe would get released or maybe not. So you'd have loads of different qualities of live shows. And then the other thing is, of course, bootlegs also meant tracks, demo tracks, or tracks that didn't get on the album, the official release. And you can think of quite a few groups that did that, you know, and ahhed, and therefore we get, like in America, we get different tracks onto in the British versions, and you go into the whole area, and that was bootlegs, because you're thinking, like I was a big Clash fan, and
right,
the differences in the releases. The Clash first album in America was the second one here that was released, Give 'Em Enough Rope, and the very iconic first album it got released second in America, and the tracks were very different. There was the core of the album, but they put on some of the singles and other tracks, so that was very collectible, the American one. And Sex Pistols, my recent example, they're never mind the bollocks. There were various versions of that, because a lot of the demo tracks are tracks that simply didn't make it, which I've done in recent years. They've released more legitimate things. So that's what bootlegs meant to me: live performances and tracks that didn't get on the official releases of albums, and therefore quality was pretty good at them. It was studio quality. The live ones varied in quality.
But the live ones, though, Ian, I don't know, the Tangerine Dream, they've got loads out. I don't know how many bootlegs they've got out on.
Oh, right.
They've got literally bloody hundreds. I was going to collect the whole series of, the originals, and when I found out the bootlegs, that just run into the hundreds, I think, of all the different concerts they've done.
Yeah.
It's almost like somebody always went to a bloody concert of theirs, recorded it, and then basically brought out their own bootleg version of their.
Them all on YouTube. The lot of there's loads, and they're good quality as well. Good quality.
Yeah, that's it.
So we'll move on, I suppose, to the next one. Mark, this is for Ian. You'll be happy to know that I've just had my subscription copy of SFX come through the post, and I report that there is only 7 pages of New Who in this time.
Oh, thank you.
Well, there you are. So he's giving you an insight into
Thank heavens, because I struck the last review I did of SFX. He was on the front cover, and there was bits, and I was struggling to say anything about it. Reviewing it, and then suddenly, it's not in. Thank heavens, I can get onto magazine. But anything new Doctor Who now, it's like, I can't talk about it. Otherwise, I end up going into a rant, and I've just stopped myself.
Tell me about it.
So I've cancelled. I don't get Doctor Who Monthly anymore, and I've had that for years. Right back to Tom Baker eras when it was a weekly comic.
It started off weekly with Tom Baker.
And now I've stopped.
It had some transfers that you basically.
It was great, but I've stopped it. I realised wasn't
the first story the Iron Legion?
I don't know.
Doctor Who versus the Iron Legion, and it was sort of like.
It could have been. It actually didn't last that long as a weekly. They realised, I think, even then financially, they had to put it as a monthly, and then of course it evolved. Actually, the magazine.
It's a Marvel comic, and basically most of the weeklies turned into monthly magazines because, to be quite honest. It was more cost effective for them anyway, because they were black and white with a glossy cover. That's all it was. So.
And I think another reason that really did it for me, I thought, well, this is expensive. I think that last issue, I'm sure, was about £9.
Wow!
And I thought, bloody hell, I'm not paying that for something that I can't stand looking at anymore. There wasn't much. I always loved Doctor Who because of its archives, you know, the magazine, you'd get loads of stories, all classic Who stuff, and I loved it. And then increasingly, it's just got worse. And
not writing for you anymore.
I'm not paying that. So SFX is the only one, the only magazine that survives.
Good luck to those 14-year-olds who then have to fork out $9.95 to buy it when you actually have $9.95.
Yeah.
You can't stand to watch it.
I presume the audience has gone down and costs have gone up. That's what's happened. It must have been. It's expensive.
I mean, out of interest, would you buy, you know, the Daleks story strip in it? You remember when they had the strip of the Daleks? And the Emperor with the big head.
Oh yeah, they're lovely.
That's TV comic.
Is that TV comic?
Yeah, they were wonderful.
I didn't know which one that. But would you pay for an hardback book about all the full stories in one book?
I think they did.
Did they?
The reason they couldn't do it in the past was because Terry Nation basically had the license for it all. With the Daleks' own story. In other words, when it came into TV, it was a Terry Nation thing. It wasn't TV. When it comes to a hardback book, you have to then go through the licensing of does TV comic exist? If TV comic doesn't, it was published by this company, then they own it. Can we go to them to have it? And then with Terry Nation dead, basically it's down to the estate to decide whether you can publish it as a hardback book. But I do know that it mostly appeared in TV comic as the Daleks, and it was color on the back. And I think the inside, I think it started off as black and white inside and went to a color on the back. That's how it was mostly published. But in Doctor Who magazine, it wouldn't have been in it. It wouldn't have been in it unless they bought the rights to reprint. Because Marvel used their own artists to write the stories. They were new stories, not based on the telly.
Yeah.
So it was cheap for them, basically. So we moved on. And this bloody hell, another one for Denny. When's something coming up for me in Jim Jam? Fuck's sake. Sorry. That's the one, Denny. Upper Lichfield Street. Blockbusters was opposite the police station on the corner. How do you remember it? You've dimension.
I seem to remember it more. The computer shop near the Rainbow Fish Bar. Blockbuster was opposite the police station. Was yeah. I know now. It was the post office, and then right on the curve of the corner was the big Blockbusters. But the computer shop I was on about was much further up by the Rainbow Fish Bar, more towards Now it's a different one. It's a different one.
I'm glad it only took 45 minutes for you to remember that.
I'm getting old.
So we move on and we get to Steve's gaming. Question. Do you remember a late 60s series called Two in Clover? I got it on DVD some time ago and I keep watching it. It's so funny. Sid James and Victor Spinetti buy a farm. And I'm going to answer this one first, just before you two get in. Yes, I do remember it. And I've seen it on telly just recently. And it's been on Legends and all of that sort of stuff. But I do remember it actually being shown in the 70s, even though it was a black and white thing at first. If I remember rightly, it was 2 seasons of it. One was in black and white, one was in color. I remember it in black and white anyway, for definite. And I do remember they bought a farm, didn't they? They both were in the city. And then they decided that they'd buy a farm and they thought it'd be easy to make money. And it didn't turn out that way. So what's your thoughts and memories of this one? Then Jim Jam first. Why not? We'll go to Jim Jam. Do you remember this one?
Well, it is a network release, and I do have it in the collection. Yeah, yeah, I do have it in the collection. Actually, you're right there. There was 2 series made. The first one black and white, and then the second one colour. Yeah. I'm just repeating everything you just said, though. No, it's a really good, funny show. I do enjoy it, and there's a few guest stars in it as well. I can't think who's in it, but there is a few.
Yeah.
guests.
I just remember stories like they needed to get some milk, so they decided to buy a cow, and then they worked out how difficult it was
That's right.
and all this sort of stuff. I remember the stories just about. I mean, all the furniture in this farm was just about falling to bits or broken,
Yeah.
wasn't it? If I remember rightly as well.
Yeah.
I think some of the
Still
guest stars that
available.
came
You
in
can
were things like the milkman and the postman and all of that. They were recurring people that came in. You know, that delivered the mail and delivered the milk and all of this.
I think you can still get it on Amazon. It's quite cheap for a network, really. I think you can pick it up for about £7-8 on Amazon.
And then we'll go this way round. So we'll go to Ian next. Do you remember this one?
No, I don't remember it now. No.
Don't remember this one? And you haven't
No.
seen black and white. You sure?
No, cheekies.
I nearly spat my drink out there. Sorry.
It's not silent. You know, if it was silent,
Only joking with you. I'll tell you what. Then, do you know much about Victor Spinetti? Because not many people talk about him. Everybody talks about Sid James, right? Don't get me wrong.
I have heard the name.
Talk about Victor Spinetti. Now, even I can, in my head, can see what he looks like in this show. But was he in anything else? Do you remember whether he was a big star? Is there anything that you can say about this then, Jim Jam or Denny? Or Victor Spinetti?
Well, I remember the name, but I don't remember the program. But you're saying guest stars, Jim Jam, Fred Truman.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh, Fiery Fred.
Yeah, John Inman.
Don't big up bloody Ian down here with his Yorkshire tea crap. Go on anyway.
Bill Pertwee.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, them are some of the names I remember. Yeah, Fred Truman, though. You know, good. Yeah, that's
God was in it. Did you say God was in it?
God.
I thought you said God. I thought, was he in it?
Well, he might have been.
Yeah, could have been.
Well, he's everywhere else, according to some
Yeah, he's everywhere else. Yeah. Well, I think we've got a pretty good answer to that one. I was quite happy with that one. So we'll move on. Look, we've got Danny Jukes. If you could make a TV show, what would it be about? And what year would it be set in? Oh, God. Right. Start off with Ian.
Oh, great.
Oh, look, you haven't been first yet. I thought,
okay. I set it in a record shop, and it would be in about 1977. It would be, and I'd have all these irritating people come in saying, "Oh, I don't like this new wave stuff. I want to get, what's all this? Let's get back to this." And I would be making fun of them. And that would be my thing. Yeah.
So what you're trying to say, Ian, is you only want to make a pilot, you don't want to make a series.
It won't be very successful. Well, it might be.
No, I'm only joking. That wasn't very good.
I could invite Vivian from Young Ones.
Yeah.
He could do a good job, couldn't he? As a punk in the record shop, smashing it up.
Neil could sell his hole in his shoe, couldn't he? I mean, there you are. Right, we'll move to then Denny next then for this same one. What would you do as a TV show? What year would you set it in? Oh, what year, by the way, Ian, did you say?
It'd be 1977, wouldn't it?
1977. Right.
It'd have to be.
Mine would be set in the current year. Or no, just probably a few years, probably about 2050. Say, I've invented a time machine, and then they go back to 1960, and then when they arrive in 1960, there's nobody about. The world is empty of human beings, and this particular person has got to find out how there's been a paradox within time that everybody's disappeared, but can still be in 2050, if you know what I mean. He's come from 2050 where everybody's there, but gone back, there's nobody there. And through the show, he's got to find out whether it's whether it's been a cataclysmic event, whether it's been through viruses or anything like that. A bit like, and I'd set it where Ridley Scott was going to do a film with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it was. Do you remember what I'm on about now? I Am Legend. It's the old movie. But I would set it where there was no talking throughout the film. He didn't talk. And I know that sounds completely off the wall, but it wouldn't be until, say, the last 15 minutes of the film he would talk. And you'd just see him about his life, how he'd just walk around, a bit like Bill Bixby in The Incredible Hulk, going from town to town and just trying to figure out what went on and what caused it. Completely off the wall, but...
It's a TV show, so how many episodes are you going to go with this?
Well, I sort of look at it in the same vein as Nowhere Man. Do you remember Nowhere Man?
Yeah.
Bruce Greenwood. Does anybody else remember that?
Oh, yeah, I've got that. Yeah, I've got a box set.
Bruce Greenwood, Nowhere Man. That one.
Yeah, I've got that.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that one, to be honest, Denny.
It's brilliant. It's fantastic.
Fantastic.
Pretty
It's
good.
brilliant. And I'd set it like that, and he's got to try and find out a way. He's on his own, and he's, basically, and I'd set that probably, you're looking at probably a 3-year arc, because you don't want to push it on too long, and probably 10 episodes per series as well. Something like that.
Pretty good. What about you then, Jim Jam? You got anything that you want to say about a TV show that you'd like to make, and what year you'd like to set it in?
I'd love to make a TV show set in a cinema.
Oh, right.
So it'd be like a bit of a sitcom, bit of like light-hearted show.
Oh, you want to do Last Action Hero, the TV show?
Yeah, sort of. So it'd be in the cinema, and I set it in 1984. And in 1984, then like Never-Ending Stories just come out in the cinema. And
Never-Ending Story.
and it'd be one episode. It'd just all be based on Never-Ending Story, and that's the end.
Yeah.
Well, you could introduce Groundhog Day into that. You could watch it again from the start.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what I thought would be really, really interesting would, and if Jerry Anderson was still be around, and I'd pitch this to him, I'd like to do a reverse Space 1999, where the moon has blasted off out of the orbit and you're actually on the Earth and you're left behind. What's happened to all of these people? What devastation it caused, the eco environment, what happened to it, all of that sort of stuff. But what's happened with them and them eagles and that. We want to know what happened to the poor old Earth. We're always trying to get back to it. God knows how. I'd like to do I'd have liked to have done the point of view from the Earthlings.
How many episodes now?
How many episodes? I'd like to go with 2 seasons, just the same. Okay. Just the same as Space 1999 did. Yeah. I always thought that they missed something when they didn't do a Captain Scarlet something or other on film. You know what I mean? They did a huge amount of episodes. It was like 20 or 30 odd episodes. I mean, for God's sake, they count it as season 1, right? But it's like 30 or so episodes long.
Yeah, they're going to split that.
You know what I mean? You're going to split that up and add that as 2 seasons. Yeah. Everybody thinks that there's a continuation of Captain Scarlet into UFO. And I can't say that doesn't work out, because it could well do, really. But I always thought to myself that what an interesting show that was. And I'd have loved it to be the end where the mistake of who fired first, who was the protagonist, was all settled, and we all lived in happily ever after. I thought the very nature of the fact that we're still battling over a mistake is that literally was a split second in someone's head. We got fire, they're firing out of fire. You know, I mean, it was whoever was first. I just find that an interesting concept. So that's everybody filling in that, I think, unless anybody's got something else they want to add.
No, that's good.
Brilliant. So we move to Bunny Crusher. General opinion check. What are your opinions on the most influential music artist? Oh, right. This is on computers, fellas. So Denny and I probably have got something here, and you two don't. Artist on the Commodore 64. Whether it be Rob Hubbard, Martin Galway, or Jerome Tell. So, Denny, we'll go with you.
Oh my God. It is so difficult. I mean, they've all got different styles.
They have, yeah.
I mean, Mark, well, anybody who don't know, 20th Century Gaming put some music on the other day. And I hadn't heard Martin Galway for a long time. And some of his Rambo music on the Commodore 64. I mean, I've got goosebumps thinking about it now.
Although his first piece of music, wasn't it Daley Thompson's Decathlon's Loading Tune?
Yeah, I mean, he started off, I don't think the first couple was so good from him, really. But then Martin Galway found a style which was just absolutely incredible. Some of his soundtracks.
Because I think when somebody mentions influential, they're either talking from a point of view of who started or who continued to be influenced by this person later on. And from that point of view, Martin Galway and Rob Hubbard were very much at the beginning, and Jerome Tell wasn't.
No.
I always look at it like this. Did Jerome go off on his own and had no influence and didn't take any influence from Martin and Rob, which means he was his own thing? Or which one of these two, Rob and Martin, were the biggest influencers? And that's a hard one because I think they were around about... I mean, the earliest piece of music I heard Rob Hubbard do was Confusion. Which was actually a single on the actual second side of the tape. So you had the Commodore 64 on one side, and you had the actual tune written by played by a band playing Rob Hubbard's tune.
I mean, out of all of them, you've got to say Rob Hubbard. You know, he was the standard bearer, really, wasn't he? I mean, all the tunes. I mean, as I said, I had a Spectrum first. And when I went over to Commodore 64, the first track I heard loaded up was One Man and His Droid. And that just literally, I just stood there. I was thinking, is this coming out of this computer? It was absolutely incredible. And then it was everyone after that. Absolutely. It was like a different track. I mean, he always had that sound, you know, like that drum sound in the background, you know.
Yeah.
But some of his later work, Rob Hubbard, I mean, there's a game by Martek called War. Oh, my God.
Yeah, there is.
Absolutely sensational.
And, of course, Martek did Crazy Comets and Mega Apocalypse, didn't they? So
yeah. I mean, some of my favourite. War is probably my favourite by Rob Hubbard. Martin Galway, Green Beret, and what's her name? We were just talking about Rambo. Oh, that's absolutely stunning. Jerome Tell probably what his favourite music of his. He was my favourite artist till that point was Hawkeye. That was a stunning track. Yeah. If I've got to say one particular musician, which I think is just a little above them, is Tim Follin. Tim Follin,
yeah.
His music is I can't. Just go and listen to Ghosts and Ghouls. The guy is just incredible.
Because it's very folky, isn't it? I mean, it does sound like a menace. It does sound like a folk song in a graveyard.
But if you say the most influential, though, it's got to be Rob Hubbard, hasn't it? I mean, the guy is just a mute. I mean, you'll agree, won't you, Dale? At the end of the day, most of the time, some of these games we just bought them just for the music.
We'd stop the tape.
Master Tronic was $1.99 each. Music by Rob Hubbard. I'm having that one, you know.
Yeah.
I'm having that. But Martin was more or less confined to Ocean, wasn't he? Martin was originally.
Yeah. Martin was contraction, I think.
And then they all went freelance. But I mean, Rob's very last one, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, was Skate or Die. And that on the Commodore.
What do you mean, 8 bits or 16
bits?
Yeah,
I think it was on the 8-bit, wasn't it? Skate or Die.
He did work for Electronic Arts for a long time.
Yeah.
And did do some stuff even for the 3DO. So he did go on for quite a bit, but 8-bit wise, yeah, I think you're probably right.
Skate or Die was a fantastic track to sign off on. Because I mean, well, he was the one who found out there was an extra voice in the sound chip, wasn't there?
Well, what it is, there's a story behind it, and I don't know how true it was, but basically I read an article that said that Mega Apocalypse was going to be the first game that had a 4-channel SID tune in it. And I was going, 4-channel, hang on, it's got 3. Apparently, they split the white noise channel, the sample channel. that's there, split it into two, so it could actually do instruments like drums, but also have the speech. So basically, you had the tune playing, but also you could have the sound effects, and they wouldn't interrupt each other. But if you actually play the game, you know that don't work. But it does sound much more multi-layered than Crazy Comets ever did, and anything else. I mean, if you just play the music in Mega Apocalypse, it's brilliant. So yeah, I mean that was supposed to be the first 4-channel. I'm sure we bored Ian and Jim Jam to death. So we will move forward from this one. But it's great that we've managed to also diverse into some games, because it's not fair really just to keep talking about TV and music.
No, yeah, it's good.
Just one last thing though, if anybody hasn't bought the Rob Hubbard book and they're into it, get that Rob Hubbard book.
Yeah, c64audio.com or Fusion Books. Rob Hubbard, a book that's been how long did he say it was? 6 or 10 years in the making? 6 years in the making, is out. It's worth it just for the digital package alone. When you buy this book, you get a digital download of all of his music in all different forms: the original Commodore 64, in MP3, all different versions, albums that are in MP3 and FLAC format. It's an absolute diamond. Definitely worth it if you're into that sort of thing. Me and Denny are. We both bought the signed edition as well.
Yeah.
So there we go. So we move on. Tony, your Evening Gentleman, RE, 2 in Clover. I have that. I find it enjoyable too. Absolutely brilliant. Honey Crusher. For me, the king has always been Rob. He's truly awesome and head and shoulders above the others. Can't deny that. I think Rob's the influencer, in my opinion. We've heard so many conversations with Mainmeister and everything through the years in regards to music and who's best and all of that sort of stuff. But at the end, this one's an influencer. I think the influencer is Rob. If you wanted my personal opinion on it, Mark Fletcher, Denny. Bloody hell, what is it, the Denny show? Denny, you're old enough to remember Robinson's Cake Shop.
Oh, yes, I do, yeah.
Sneed newsagents. Sneed newsagents.
Dancy's Toy Shop.
A bike shop. I remember the tiny record shop close to the doctor's. You were only a year younger than me.
Yes.
Oh, bloody hell. Share telephone numbers and have a bloody conversation out.
Right. Yes, I remember Robinson's Cake Shops. Absolutely bloody lovely. Sneed News and Dainty's Toy Shop and Bike Shop. Little story about that. Dainty's Toy Shop. Round the back was a house, which was owned at the time by a lady who used to work with my mum, who used to work at Albion Road School, which was down the other corner from Willenhall. Sadly, that school isn't there anymore that I used to go to, but yeah. Yeah, I remember Robinson's Cake Shop and Dainty's. Yeah, I do. Yeah, and the bike shop next to Robinson's Butchers. So yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that all you want to say? Does anybody else want to talk about Sneed newsagents? And...
Sneed.
Sounds like Sneed.
Denny, what cake did you used to get from Robinson's Cake Shop then?
Oh my God. I used to like...
just continue it, for another 10 minutes. whether he had a Chelsea bun or not.
Yeah. Vanilla slice or them raspberry... what do they call them? Them raspberry... With the raspberry cream down the middle with the...
Like a donut.
Like a donut with the cream and then sauce. Oh, yes. Yeah. Look at his face. Or a chocolate eclair.
Chocolate eclair.
That's what I think about that. Right, now let's move. My mate Playtendo guy says, guys, how are you? I am fine. I'm pretty sure he's gone now. He's moved on to the next ones. So I hope you're okay. Love your stuff, Pete. Keep going, mate. We're all behind you. Steve's Gaming. I frequently recorded off the TV and radio. As for copying games, about 50% of my Spectrum games were copied. About 60% of my Commodore games were, and about 75% of my Amiga ones were copied.
The Amiga games are highly copied.
I do believe that Frost is not coming round your house, but Bergerac might. Anyway, Shoestring would do, but he fell over him. Right now, is there anybody want to make a comment about percentage of games that were copied? I mean, does that sound about right to you?
Yeah,
Denny?
that sounds about right, because that club I told you I used to go to.
I'm surprised it's not the other way around. I thought it would have been 50% 64 and 60% Spectrum. And the reason
the
reason for that was the Commodore 64 data set, and it was well known not to work properly if you didn't set your hi-fi up to record it properly, because the Spectrum only used a standard tape player, so it was bloody easy to reproduce the audio. So I would have thought it would have been the other way around. It'd have been 60% Spectrum and 50% Commodore 64, because when I had a Commodore 64 and I was recording them, and I put my hand up and say, I am bloody Master Bates, you or whatever, right? I had 2 data sets.
Just help you wash it on.
I didn't use a hi-fi. I had 2 data sets that were joined together.
Yeah,
actually record, so that they always worked because the azimuth alignment was correct.
Well, all I remember.
Do you remember azimuth alignment? Hey?
No, I mean for them I used to do type to type, but for the Amiga, when I was at the place, it was always. I plugged my disk drive in, and about, I don't know how many used to plug that in on top of mine, and then we used X copy.
Oh yeah, we're talking about audio recording rather than X copy and the Piracy software. What I'm trying to say is, you can't hear the sound of a Commodore 64 tape because there's no speaker on a dataset player. So getting the sound correct must have been bloody difficult, because also the azimuth alignment is a little screw hole that's on the tape deck, and you can't tell whether the alignment's okay unless you used a proper tape alignment thing, because that's the way that the sound came through the TV, and that's how you knew it was actually aligned. So what I'm saying is, how the hell did you use a hi-fi to make it work? Because you'd have to, the sound levels would have had to have been perfect.
We never had any issues. I mean, that was done around my mate's house. He had a type to type, and my other mate used to do them for us, and he used to put them in. Yeah. We never had it.
As long as you recorded it mono, I'm probably saying it was quite easy. It's just a lot of people didn't even know that you had to put it in mono mode, because obviously there's no stereo head on a tape player. So anybody that was recording this stereo, you're cocking it all up.
But back then, like the cassettes, I mean, unless it was a cassette full of games, it'd be about right, because, I mean, you'd have your odd 1 or 2 you copied, but the Amiga was more or less at one of these clubs that you used to go to, and then the people that come in, they'd download them off their modems at the time, and they used to have a pile of discs like this that you had to get through. There was loads week in.
Yeah, I had about 16 a week from this thing. Just turn my house. Especially as one of my friends, his name was Martin, who worked on the Air Force base. It's ridiculous. I mean, the amount of stuff that was coming off of the bulletin boards off of the Air Force base. They were all coming over from the States. And everything, so we move on to a person called Plonker.
Hello, Plonker.
You Plonker. Yeah, I was say Plonker there. Evening, guys. Hope you are well. Is there any TV programs you would see turned into a film? Oh, yes. Like to see turned into a film. Would you like to see turned into a film? So, TV programs. What would you like to see turned into a film? Fire away, Jim Jam.
I knew you was going to pick me. I'm thinking. Come back to me. I'm thinking.
Okay, over to Ian. Over to Ian.
I'm just thinking as well.
Over to Denny, then. You bastard. Right, Denny, you have to over to you.
Blake 7. End of story. Blake 7. I'd love to see Blake 7 turned into a series. Into a film. And there was talk, wasn't there, a long time ago, that was going to do a Doctor Who film. They've already done them with what's name, but I mean a modern film. I wouldn't want to see woke though. You know what I mean? And that's the only trouble I got with what's name Blake 7. Out of everything though, it's definitely got to be Blake 7 or a little curveball. Highway to Heaven.
All right.
I'd like to have seen the original cast, Victor French and Michael Landon.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's pretty good. What about these two doddies underneath here that are still looking like they're thinking, but actually they're not thinking at all? What about you, Ian? Ready yet?
Well,
don't worry if you're not ready yet. Don't worry if you're not ready yet. I'll let me think if I can think of one pretty quickly off the top of my head. Yeah, I'd like to see a film version of Randall and Upkirk Deceased.
That'd be good.
Yeah. Mind that. So there's one. So we'll come back to me in a minute while I think of a second one. So you any further forward, Ian, yet, or what?
I'll tell you what I would like to see, but it's kind of not quite answering question, is I'd love to have seen a proper film of the Avengers. The proper Avengers.
Other than that one that they did.
Not that film that they made. You know, the Dinah Rigg and Patrick McNee. I'd love to have seen somebody able to capture that and put it in a film. They did try it.
You don't like Sean Connery in the Avengers? What was wrong? What was wrong with Sean Connery in that film?
The film, no, it just did
bloody awful. That's what was wrong with it. Yeah, bloody awful. What was it all about the weather, wasn't it? Bloody hell, great. Yeah, all the stories you could think about, they did one about the weather. Yeah. Marvelous.
It was awful. Oh dear. I mean, Blake 7, I understand that, but I don't feel they'd get it right. They'd mess it up.
Not today, no.
It just wouldn't work, would it? Unfortunately, but I think today anything doesn't work because they have a certain formula. The way they do things nowadays, most of what we like doesn't fit into that.
Yeah, but when it comes to Blake 7, the only way that I could think they could make that work was if they planned it around a trilogy.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
because I don't see how you could actually fill up the whole lore of Blake 7 into one film.
Well, you wouldn't, would you? I mean, you would have to do a trilogy.
I think you'd have to plan for a trilogy and possibly even more to get that in.
But to be honest, to have the audience for that particular film, I don't think it'd appeal to a modern audience. I think you'd have to have people from like our era. I mean, probably want a TV series which would fit better into the cinema. What's the name? And you could have one contained story. Is The Champions? You could have The Champions.
Yeah,
you could do that into a film.
Yeah.
But
what do you think of Sliders? Do you think Sliders could transfer to a film?
I love Sliders.
I do. I can't get enough of it.
I've got every single one. I just absolutely. That was a problem. I couldn't wait to get into. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, that would work well as well.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Jim Jam. That at the end of the day, they're sounding a bit pervy, aren't they? These Sliders. It actually is a TV show, and it is actually quite good. But anyway, yeah, you two carry on. We'll get a room, whichever of the two.
I'm a bookie. Land of the Jones.
You found one yet, Jim Jam? You've got
all about the Bill. The only one I can think of is probably The Bill, a film about the Bill. But I don't know where it would go from. To be honest, I was struggling to find one because most of the ones that I thought I've already had a film. The In-Betweeners, 2 films. I don't want to say Mrs. Brown's Boys film, but yeah.
Bloody hell, no.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah. Sorry, Ian.
No, though. I mean, what about Open All Hours, the film?
Oh.
What about It Ain't Half Hot Mum, the film?
Yeah. For today's audience. Yeah.
I mean, we had Dad's Army.
I was going to say, I was about to mention that about the remake film. The Dad's Army.
Yeah. The Fall and Rise of Reginald Perrin.
Never watched. Never watched.
Just think how many times you'll see a great big 70-foot hippo in that bloody film. Every time you thought about the mother-in-law. I don't know. Like I say, yeah. I think with a lot more thought, we could probably come up with a lot better answers. But
so I like to think on the spot.
It's hard to think on the spot. I think
yeah.
I mean, I think we're doing really well. I mean, being amateurs. I mean, I think we're doing pretty good.
But what did you think about the Twilight Zone, the Outer Limits, into a trilogy of stories?
Well, yeah. I mean, anything. I mean, I love anthologies, as you know, yeah. And the Twilight Zone's been done, and the Outer Limits wasn't. Why not?
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, when you think of the caliber of people that were in the Outer Limits, I mean, Joseph Stefano, I mean, where he came from and where he went, they all went off and did things like part of Planet of the Apes is with Joseph Stefano, if I remember rightly. Dominic Fortain's music was in went on to do the Invaders.
Yeah.
I mean, my God. Anyway, I mean, I'm showing a little bit of my knowledge here, but anyway. Tony York, I had quite a few recordings on VHS. I remember waiting eagerly on I think it was Wednesday evenings to record the original ST, that's Star Trek.
Yeah. Oh
yeah. I know that a lot of my friends were recording things like the Young Ones. Star Trek would have been one of them. BBC Two at 6 o'clock was a mecca, it seemed, for showing old 60s stuff redone. So they had Joe 90 and Captain Scarlet and the Avengers and Randall and Hotberg, they all showed them generally on BBC Two about 6 o'clock on a Friday. I know they showed the whole of the Invaders again because I remember recording all of the Invaders. So yeah. Happy times, really, with the old video recorder back in the late 80s for that. What about you guys? You got happy memories of something that was picked up on by BBC that they showed the whole thing again from start to end that hadn't been seen for years? Do you remember doing any of that sort of thing yourself, Jim Jam or Ian?
I remember that in the video.
Not necessarily the ones that I said, Ian, but something.
Yeah, but mine was more contemporary. It was I recorded every episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. It used to be on about 6 o'clock, and I was rushing home from work, so I had it all set up, all ready for when I got back. And if ever that video recorder didn't work, I would go absolutely bananas, for some reason. But yeah, I had absolutely stacks of these recordings on, the old VHS things. So that's my sort of memory of recording something on the TV. And Faulty Towers, when that came out before, recording anything like that would just pop up on TV. Because they did reruns of that, I think, quite early on. Yeah.
I'm gonna let you into a little secret now that on what I found today, but I haven't tested it. But I was going through all of my stuff in the attic today. I thought I'll go up there and have a little look. And I found on VHS that I recorded off of TV 7 episodes of Metal Mickey.
Wow.
Yeah, I watched some of that the other day on the YouTube.
Now, I don't know if it's season 2 or whatever it is. It's got the episodes written down on it. But I just want to let you know I found Metal Mickey on VHS with the telly with all the adverts in between and everything on it, I'm sure. I'd have to get a video recorder down, hook it up to find out whether the tape is knackered or whatever. There you go. So just that's a little thing. Just
Yeah,
to explain a few things here. So let's have a look. We move to Mark again.
Yeah.
Or should I say Denny's promoter. Right. We've got what are the most frightening scenes in films that scared you as a kid? The very end of Don't Look Now, the part in House on Haunted Hill where the old woman scares the woman in the dark room, etc. I mean, I can tell you what the most scariest thing that I can remember that scared my sister and me as a kid was watching The Fly for the first time, the original Vincent Price Fly. I've said it once before. Seeing this spider with a white head in a cobweb in the garden, and the little high-pitched voice it made before the spider was just about to eat it, because it went help me, like this, because it was like, you know, really, really high-pitched. And then he obviously Vincent Price crushed the spider and the fly with a rock, just in the same way that the original human fly was killed under a press, wasn't it? It was a 90-ton press that crushed its head and arm, wasn't it? It was the original fly. But that ending with the fly and the spider scared my sister, and it pretty much shocked me at the time. I was about 6 or 7 when I saw that scene. I'd say that was pretty scary for a 6 or 7-year-old. Anyway, over to you guys for anything out that you can think of that scared you. How far back you have to go, I don't know. But I went far back for mine.
Well, the only one thing that's ever put the hairs on the back of my neck up, and it's a TV film, and you're going to know which one I'm going to say. It's Salem's Lot. That little kid scratching at the window. But I think the one that got me the most was where it was the chap in the graveyard was digging at the
Jeffrey Hughes.
Yeah, he's digging out the soil, and he heard this wind, and as he looked up and he turned back, he was there in his face, Danny Glick, with his gold nose. Oh yeah, that scared me.
That was the end of the first episode.
Yeah, the first one. And that genuinely, when I was younger,
he turned up in a rocking chair in the next
yeah,
episode, in the concluding episode, and he was going, preacher.
Yeah,
because he was talking to the preacher, weren't he? He was talking to the God and that and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but I'll just expand on. I will say one television series as well that scared me when I was a kid, and that was Armchair Thriller.
Yeah,
Quiet as a Nun, the Black Nun. The very ending to the Black Nun. The Quiet as a Nun.
About that particular story every time for Armchair Thriller, I keep thinking, wasn't there anything any better then? Is that the only good story that was there? But I
think it was the most memorable one of all of them, because it's, it was it was like a horror really, and it scared the living bejesus.
When anybody talks about Sapphire and Steel, they always talk about the railway one. The second story on the railway. And the whistling of "Pack Up Your Trouble" in your old kit bag, being whistled all the time. For me, the scary one is that it's sort of like the blank face ones or the ones out of the pictures. I mean, those were scarier, I thought. But everybody remembers all the time the railway one.
But then again, there was I've sent this week for the Hammered House of Horror series. I never had it, and there was one story called the Two-Faced Terror, something like that. It was about like doppelgangers, and you only could tell with the black fingernail. And I remember that scaring me as a kid as well. You sort of seem to know that one, yeah.
I've got that on Blu-ray, that series.
Yeah, that's coming on Blu-ray. I've had that on very good condition, but I mean, it's half the price of what I knew.
Over to Jim Jam.
Okay, so this is probably going to be the last question I'm going to be able to answer because I've got to go shortly. But I've not really got a scene that frightened me, but something that did frighten me in a film. You're going to laugh at me now and rip the piss. But when I was about...
we'd never do that, would we?
I don't know. I used to be frightened by E.T. when I was a kid. I really genuinely got frightened by E.T. My kids...
No. The only reason I'm laughing is because my mum turns around and when she first saw that film, she said, That's a Henry Hoover with a King Edward spud on the top, and they called that £1 million. I could have done that for a tenner, she said, and I'll walk away with the rest in my bank. That's
But
so you were scared. You were scared of a Henry Hoover then with a King Edward spud. Go on.
Oh, and my cousins used to wind me up properly. Say he's in the wardrobe. He's in the wardrobe, and it's always that scene when you first see him and he opens the bush and goes, that bit used to always freak me out. Yeah,
I can understand that. I mean, thousands wouldn't, but anyway.
Thanks, Neil. I thought we were friends.
Yeah, but we got to take the piss. I've taken the piss out of these two for I don't know how long. So you're the new one. So we have to turn attention to you. You see.
That's all right.
If you have to go, matey, did you want to say anything? If you want to go now, if it's convenient.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot. I just want to say thank you for having me on the stream tonight. I know I was a bit late, but yeah, we sorted it out, and and hopefully come on another stream with you soon.
Yeah. Like I said, it's just a shame what happened tonight, but hopefully enough people rewatch it.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Well, I was supposed to say thank you to you.
Pleasure having you on, and I do hope people know that in the comments I have that they have a channel each. If you can go and subscribe to them, please do so.
Thank you.
As much as people turn around and say it's not about the subs, when you're a small set of channels like we all are, I think you'll find that we appreciate it the most, the smallest ones, as we're continuing to grow. And we love to do what we do. So please subscribe.
And we need another meetup. And we need another meetup.
We need another meet. Yeah, we need another reason to do a video. Yeah.
That's it.
This time it's gonna have a script, because they didn't have one last time.
No.
I had to make up the script on the way, all the way through it.
Yeah. It turned it into an 18 film at the end, Eldon.
Oh, because I said bastard.
Yeah.
But, wonderful having you on. Thank you so much, Jim.
Thanks a lot, boys. See you later, Denny. See you later, Ian.
Okay.
Have a great weekend, mate.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, let's have a look. Hang on.
We just wait for him to leave studio. There we go. There we go. There you are. Last time you seen that bastard. Right. Anyway, we're it's all right. Everybody knows I'm only joking. Jesus Christ. So we've had 20th Century Gaming, Mark. So we say evening to him. Absolutely wonderful. Plumker. God, keep saying that. What is everyone's favourite non-English?
Did you know I didn't get to answer that question?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's not, don't worry about me. Don't worry about me.
I mean, basically, I didn't think that they made scary films back in 1812. I thought you read books.
Doesn't want to go first any other time, Del.
You're going to go first next, Ian, so carry on. Answer your question then. Go on.
Okay, most frightening films. Well, I have to be honest. As a kid in '60s, horror films were hardly ever shown. Horror films only started to come in early '70s with Appointment with Fear and all that sort of, and Hammer films. But by then, I wasn't scared. I loved them absolutely. So things that scared me as a kid. Apart from Ken Dodd and his Diddy Man, I couldn't stand.
God, yeah, I know that they scare you, don't they?
I would say one of the most frightening scenes I ever saw, and it at the time was in Zulu, when they're all lining up, all those Zulus, and ready for the attack. And even as a kid, I thought, "Oh God, these are frightening." But I enjoyed it. I mean, I've never been, sort of, but I could see I was frightened. Definitely by that scene, because it's incredible bit of filming when you see them all there. Yeah, wow, what a scene! Wonderful.
I think that's absolutely great. That was well worth waiting for.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, there you are. You know I love Zulu anyhow, so I have to get Zulu in somewhere. And Tony, he's a big fan, but he's probably gone now. Tony York, he's a massive Zulu fan as well.
Oh, no, he might still be around. You don't know. Anyway, I read this out just now, but I'll read it again. What's everyone's favorite non-English film? One of my personal favorites is Piggy, a modern Spanish horror. The only one I'm going to think of is things like Nikita, which is a Luc Besson Assassin's film that was made later on into an American film, which was called The Assassin. So Nikita, I'm going to say. So I'm going to let you two. We'll say Ian next because I went with Denny last time. So you got a favourite non-English?
I've got a few, but there's the one that I talked about this week that I just was Time Crimes, of course, that Spanish film.
Yeah.
I absolutely adore Time Crimes. Anybody who hasn't seen Time Crimes, you should watch it. And the other one I really like is Parasite. Parasite. It's I think it's South Korean, is it? Film. It's absolutely wonderful. It won an Oscar, in fact, didn't it? I think it was up as a foreign language film. Yeah. What a film that is. Absolutely love Parasite. But Time Crimes, what a film. Sci-fi, Spanish.
Yeah. And Arrow release soon, or was it Arrow? No, who was it?
It was one of Australians. It's expensive.
Australian one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can't remember quite what they
Muckman brought it all. We talked about it with him. Right. I remember Muckman. Yeah.
Denny, have you favorite non-English film? I mean, it's not even going to be Barbarella because you haven't even seen that yet. And I've been waiting since Christmas for you to turn around and say I've watched it now.
These are all bloody Taskmaster in, you know. Right.
Oh, Christmas, it's August.
His chance, I had chance yet. Yeah. One of my favourites is the original Godzilla film, black and white Godzilla film.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I don't know whether this is actually a dubbed film. Was Demons? Do you remember the Demons 1 and 2?
Well, I remember the covers.
I'm sure them.
I can see the covers now for Demons, but
I'm sure them were Spanish films dubbed into English.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah,
I'm sure they were. But if you go on one of my favourite non-English films, it's got to be the Godzilla films, the early ones, the very first. If you just bear with me. It's all them, the set I had of them.
Yeah.
You know, all the originals that kicked it all off, like, you know. So
is that a box set there?
That's the full lot of the originals up until 1954.
What format is that?
Oh, Blu-ray.
Blu-ray.
Yeah,
but it's quite a big set there. Is it? Are they all individually wrapped? Then are they all in a book?
They're all in the pages.
They're all in a book.
Yeah,
so it's a media book presentation.
Yeah.
Then.
So basically, it's like one page per one film.
I'm just trying to I'm informing the other people. So is that something that's still available now? Is that out of print? Was it?
I'm not 100% sure, but there were. It's from Criterion, and I had it on an offer. So I thought.
How long ago?
About 6 to 7 months ago.
Probably still available then.
Yeah.
Possibly.
But then I've always loved Godzilla, you know. So
yeah. Brilliant. So I think that's everybody who's answered that one, haven't we? Yeah. So we move on to Tony York. I've seen compilations of those Dalek stories for sale on eBay. Now, when it comes to eBay, because we were talking about books, weren't we? I don't know what he means, but I think you might be talking about PDFs that are put on DVDs for you to play on your PC. I don't know of books printed those Dalek stories, but hey, if they are brilliant, but it sounds very much like they're them PDF compilation discs that you can get whole sets of Spider-Man on a DVD, and it's got 60,000 comics, it says on it, and it costs you $9.99 and all of that. They drive me nuts, those, because they're all illegal and they're all stuff that you can get off the internet anyway. Mark Fletcher. The Doctor Who special magazines are still worth it. The last one was all about Who novelizations. I haven't bought the regular magazine since Jodie Whittaker took over. Shame, it used to be so good. It used to be good. Yeah, I'd say that the magazine it's had its ups and downs, but even when Doctor Who was taken off air, it was the only way that you got any news about Doctor Who. I mean, at the end of the day, it was a godsend.
It was.
So I mean, I haven't looked at the special magazines or know too much about them. When was the last one you got, Ian?
I think actually, I have had some. They've done like eras of Doctors and things like that. Oh, like here's one. That was one of the specials. Can you see it?
Right, yeah.
It's John Poe in 1971. These are really good. They're still well worth getting. Anything like that.
I think we saw something similar to that in Forbidden Planet this weekend, didn't we? This Wednesday, Denny, didn't we? We saw a lot of Doctor Who stuff. I don't know if they were all just the comics reprinted, but they look like they included stuff like that.
They did a reprint of this. I was saying the Starbase.
Well, I gave Denny the PDF of that before we went into our discussion on it,
which is quite nice. Much better than that awful TV one. Oh my god, that was awful.
Denny had about an hour tops to read that before we went into it was being shown on telly, and we were going into a discussion on it. And I said to him then, well, I read this as a comic years ago, Denny, but I'm only just giving it to you to read. What do you think about this episode after reading the comic? I think you turned around and said, what? You didn't manage to read much of the comic, but it was damn sight better than the bloody program.
It was terrible. It was one of the worst episodes. They all were. All them specials were just 60th anniversary celebration indeed. It was a travesty to all program. I mean, and I blame him. Yeah, Russell T Davies, high and mighty. He got it wrong totally. Oh.
Well, to hit the TARDIS with an hammer, so you had to. Really?
Oh, I know all of that. Yeah.
And that regeneration, you can't have that regeneration. It's just
we better stop there, or else we're going to go off on a cliff.
Well, yeah, Brad, I get going on it.
Yeah, I know it winds me up something rotten.
And then we've got my mate Jambon, who I'm going to miss this year, but he's saying evening, folks. Evening, matey. Yeah. We were just talking about you on Wednesday when I was in Birmingham. I was just talking about you. So I hope you're okay, matey. Hope everything is all working out well for you. Then we've got Plonker again. What are the panel's opinion on the BBC series Dinner Ladies? Loved Victoria Wood. So we'll go to Denny on this one for the first one. Dinner Ladies.
I've got no real recollections of it, and I'm sorry, Plonker. I couldn't stand Victoria Wood. Oh, I couldn't stand it.
Not even Wooden Walters.
No, it just wasn't my cup of tea. And Dinner Ladies are not really. No, never.
What about you, Ian?
I like Victoria Wood. I thought she was.
Do you remember Dinner Ladies as a TV show?
Yeah, Dinner Ladies was okay, but I prefer her more when she was more like, in sketches and
shows,
just as a stand-up kind of situation when she was just talking. I really thought she was very talented. Dinner Ladies was okay. It wasn't a terrible series, and it was quite funny in places. But I wouldn't say it was a favorite. I didn't say I would love it. It's not one that I loved. But
I mean, if you think about it, it had a killer cast, really. If you think about it, killer cast. I mean, you had what's her name from Coronation Street? I mean, the one who was with Rita Fairclough.
Mavis character. I don't know.
But then there was another one from Coronation Street who was married to Dev Avahan called Sunita. She was she was the Pakistani lady that was in the Dinner Ladies. And then, of course, you've got a load of others, haven't you? I mean, that were there. You've got some cracking bloke leads that were there. To me, though, I think Dinner Ladies would have worked more like Antiques, Acorn Antiques in her own sketch. Something that would have been a 5-minute inside sketch show, that would have been permanently in there, as a 5-minute thing, because I think setting it in a canteen, it's restricted. It lasted quite a few seasons, and I'm surprised it did. It shows the writing strength of, I suppose, of Victoria Wood, because I'd have run out of ideas after around about 6 episodes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's saying what can you talk about? How many jokes can you have about mash and cold toast?
Yeah.
All that sort of stuff. She has to think outside the box and think, oh no, today we're going to be telling jokes about I don't know, we have to make sandwiches for the boardroom today or something, you know, or something like that. You know, I mean, you have to think really outside the box to make it work. And then, of course, the only thing that you can do once you run out of those stories is stories about the characters themselves. You know, like somebody who suddenly becomes pregnant or whatever it is, you know, then it turns into not an episode about the canteen, but more about one of the people that work at the canteen, you know? It's one of those things that I do like Victoria Wood. The ladies I watched and thought was kind of funny, but I was more interested in Victoria Wood when she was doing stuff in her sketch shows, and Acorn Antiques made me laugh all the time because it really was a piss take of Crossroads. It really, really was. And anything that took the piss out of Crossroads, you know what I mean? So there we go. We move forward. Mark Fletcher, Ian, Jim Jam, and Denny. Oh, here we go. Where's me? Ian, Jim Jam, and Denny, and sod off the other person. How many rooms in your house do you need to keep your collection? And oh no, hang on, I'm in there. Look, and Del, how many rooms in your house don't hold part of your? Right, you've lost Jim Jam, unfortunately, but I'm sure we're going to get a good answer from Ian first, then Denny.
Well, this is main living room, and I've got bits in there. I've got some CDs and I've got some DVDs, but it's spread out. Some books and stuff like that as well. But it's in the other room that I've got the main part of all the collection. The middle room, there's a middle room and through there, and that's got my CD collection and all my Blu-ray collection in there with a few DVDs. There's perhaps more DVDs in this room than that, but it's full of Blu-rays and 4Ks mixed in with it all. So 2 rooms, really. And I've got still enough room in there to expand. Though I've got to a point now, I don't know about you, this is perhaps another question, is I'm very much now into space and looking at my collection and saying, do I really want this? You know, is it taking up space? And I'm never going to watch it again. Never going to watch it again. So I'll get rid of it. And that's what I did. I've been doing. I've been seriously thinking about it a lot, and I'm thinking then I'm getting stuff that I really enjoy. It's like on Thursday, I went to doctors and I had quite a lot of checkups and all stuff, but I was near town and I thought, oh, if I could just go into town to CEX, I might be able to get some stuff and take some stuff that's on the shelf here that I don't use, that I don't no intent. Oh, things like I took in the Serbian film, Thor. I don't like Thor in Marvel Universe. I took I had 3 4Ks of Thor. Thought I'd never going to watch them again, so I took them in. Yeah. And do you know what I got in return? I got these. I got A Night to Remember.
Oh, brilliant!
Which was brilliant.
Film, yeah.
And I got The Mist, which is a brilliant Stephen King film. And I got that. Now this, I got the 3 Cornetto trilogy films.
Oh yeah,
brilliant. And then I've always liked the first one. I got the Godfather 3 films at Godfather. So I did well because I got rid of things on my shelf.
That's Godfather 1, 2, and 3 in that little packet.
Godfather 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I was quite pleased.
How much was that? How much was that?
I got, because there were 4Ks, the
how much was the Godfather?
£7, and these I got these. This would have come to £37. Exactly.
Yeah, I know. So work it out. How much was the Godfather?
Godfather, it would have been £10, I think. £10 one.
Yeah.
10
It's just
£10.
I saw it in Kex in Blu-ray format today. No, on Wednesday. It was £9.99.
Ah,
and it was the one before the 50th anniversary set, but it came in the deluxe box. That seems like the economy package, and I've never seen the economy package Godfather set before. But it's gorgeous, you know. It's all in red writing.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, all of that sort of stuff, and that was only $9.99.
That's excellent value. Yeah, I think it's worth getting things that you really enjoy and are gonna want, rather than having things that are stuck on your shelf. I know you're not necessarily great. It's all about collecting, but I won't go into that debate. But for me, and it helps with space, you know, because space is important. You know, I'm continually thinking, you know, are there things?
I'm a little bit like you. Shelf? I'm a little bit like you, Ian. But the problem with me is that I've gone down now for such a long period of time. A matter of buying films that have been recommended.
Yes,
right? That I haven't actually got round to seeing yet. That I can't really trade them into Kex because I haven't watched them and found out if they're good yet or not.
Yeah.
So it will take me quite some time for me to get to the point where I'm turning around and saying, "Well, I'm never going to be watching that again."
Yeah, that's it.
Right. Yeah. So when you get to collections of my size, that's a little bit harder to do. Is all I'm trying to say.
You
know. I don't know about the size of Denny's collection, but I mean, I think if he hasn't seen it, he'll remember it, because you know sometimes he does as well buy things from memory and doesn't need to watch the Blu-ray again to know that it was like, you know, things like Bagpuss and things like that. You don't necessarily have to open to know, you know, to say that you've seen it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one.
I just feel.
So you're saying 2 rooms in your house for your collection?
Yeah, 2 rooms, and I have got room in there, but I'm looking ahead. You know, I'm thinking I still need to be watching my shelves. You know, and I'm also. I don't know what sort of thing you put your you know, what shelves you use. I like buy bookcases. I've got certain ones, and I'm thinking about them as well. How often I have to buy them, and room for bookcases. There are things I can do, like putting some on top of others and creating bigger ones. So I've still got plenty of scope in there. But I'm trying to be optimistic that, you know, in my life that I'm going to be around still in 10 years. So I'm thinking, I definitely need to start thinking about all this. And then my son will just put it all in skip, probably. All these valuable things.
Oh, that's the thing. You hope one day that maybe if he doesn't want to remember you by what you used to watch, at least he can take him into Kex and put his own kiddie through university with the money or whatever it is. So you don't know, do you? So
I've told him that some are valuable. You know, he could probably get some money for some of them, you know.
And they're still selling 50 pence. Anyway.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Charity shops would be like this, you know, because now, have you noticed charity shops, some of them, they're there on eBay, aren't they, checking prices?
Oh, of course they are.
Terrible. Absolutely awful. They shouldn't be doing that.
No.
Right, Denny. Over to you, my friend, with how many rooms that you take up?
Just the one, just a small room. That might surprise you. I mean, there's these behind. As you can see, I've got 2 either side of them.
Who's got that BBC ringtone on their phone?
It's not mine.
So it's my phone.
Oh, is it?
There must be something going on.
Yeah, then you get them 2 on top there.
Yeah.
And then I don't know. There's one area. Look, as you can see, that's
Yeah,
full.
that's fine. So you
And
take up
then-
one room. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you've got one, just a little thin one behind me there. But
Mm.
then I've got wardrobes here full of them. But then the
Wow.
box sets though that are, and then this is where I save a lot of space. Is these really useful boxes? Can you see how long they are? How many they hold?
Yeah.
And I've got over 6 of them. So I've got quite a bit of a collection. Probably not as much as Del, but I've got to collect. But that's how I have to collect them. Though I have to collect them in these. These really are my mainstays because they held up to 60 of the films. So you can imagine, But I'm starting to run out of space with them. But I'm one of these. I'm like you, and I only buy stuff I really want to watch.
Yeah, it was only through convenience that I started packing all my stuff into those, what they call them. They call them 32-liter folding crates. I think that's what they call them. 32-liter folding crates. But let's see. He wants to know how many rooms I don't use. I got to think how many rooms there are in the house then. Hang on. So let me count up the rooms in the house. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 10 rooms and a shed in our house, and I use what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. I use half the house.
Wow.
And then I've got a lockup.
Yeah.
That's a lot of films.
Yeah.
Shut up, the lot. Oh no, hang on, the attic. I use 6.
Oh,
my
6
God.
now, then. So there's 11. There's 11 rooms, so there's 6 I use. Yeah. Forgot about the attic then. Yeah. Oh, and there's under the stairs.
Oh,
So I use that. Wow, that's where the electric meter is. So yeah, that's 12 rooms then, and I use 7 of them. Yeah. Shut up! I ain't having this. I'm the bloody leader here. Making the piss.
just imagine his mother. How many more do you got? What do you want that for? Just like my mother.
No, the funny thing is, she says, "When are you putting that in the attic?" I said, "We filled the attic." How do you think this is going? This is going in your room. Oh no, it's not. We have that conversation quite a bit, actually. So we moved to Stephen Taylor, to Del and Denny. Oh, all right then. Do you go around the shops very often to buy your films, etc.? It's probably a lot more fun than buying stuff from the internet. Well, actually, I mean, I can answer my own opinion on that. I don't go around the shops very often. No, not at all. In fact, I only go around the shops when I go to the office on a Wednesday. So when I'm forced to actually work away from home, actually in the office, in the lunch hour, I will go into the town of the place that I work at, and I will then go into the charity shops and so forth. If I don't do that, then basically everything is online. And that's pretty poor, really, because that's not supporting the high street and all of that. But this Wednesday, we had a great time. We went around all the charity stores. We went to a HMV store called The Vault. I think that's what it was called. Bought some stuff off of there. I bought my friends some gifts from in there. Had a whale of a time.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's what.
Flash Gordon, yeah.
He said he'd buy me anything if I didn't pick something. So I'd end up with probably that Madam Butterfly or whatever it is, whatever
it was. Yeah. But I mean, how many times can you actually sort of like treat your friends, really? As far as I'm concerned, I had a great time. I didn't spend too much. It was payday. I'm pretty sure that if you ever come here, you'd be probably just as equal. You'd be going, no doubt, got to buy you something. You've looked after me today and all that. And, you know, you got to have this out of this shop, whatever. It'd be exactly the same. I look at it as me buying you a pint, and at the time we weren't going to the pub, so I was buying you a pint really by buying you a disc. And you could always look at that disc and say, I remember Del buying that for me. That was nice. Do you know what I mean? As long as you keep it. Of course, you can take it into Kex and get yourself a trade on it. And I'd never know. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, that doesn't bother me. As long as the sentiment was there is all that mattered to me. So,
but I'm a bit like you know, I feel a bit ashamed of myself, really. I mean, I buy a lot of my films offline because it's convenient, but I think Wednesday threw it in an all new light. I mean, but there again, I said, see you on your last blog. I went to Towing. Oh, sorry, Towing. Yeah, I went to Towing and I went in. I just thought, you know what, I'm going to do a Jim Jam and have a look. And I picked up two things, you know, timeline, and the Ronnie Barker special, you know, all the specials.
Yeah.
You know? So £1 for the two. And I just thought, you know, I wouldn't mind doing this a bit more often. And we got a big CEX down Warsaw. And I was going to CEX today. And I was going with my other half down there. But she decided she wanted to go somewhere else instead of Warsaw.
Oh.
So, yeah, never mind. But yeah, I must admit.
Oh, go on.
Now, just from this point on, I shall start to go down to Warsaw and Wolverhampton and just have a look, see what they've got about. Because Birmingham didn't seem to have that very many shops, charity shops, really.
It's a bloody sight bigger than Bicester, which is where we're talking the centre of Birmingham. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
You know, so to me, you know, I mean, it was like a kid in a candy store. But I know, Ian, that it's a little bit more difficult for you, a difficult situation.
Yeah.
Compared to us two. Because we all know that you suffer a little bit with your legs.
Yeah,
but, you'd like to talk about your days of buying stuff off the shelf, maybe even.
Yeah, well, it was interesting, as I say, when I did manage to go to CEX. My only criticism of CEX for me is that everything's upstairs, so you have to go up these blooming stairs. I did get up there, but I was very careful going up there. But I think it was the charity shops I gave up in the end, because the charity shops, you know, I like my CDs. And if I saw another Robbie Williams and take that CD again, I would just go mad. Is everybody trying to get rid of those CDs? I think they are. It's always the same CDs in every shop you go. They're all there. But I didn't see. So I think it was the time of day, because I have been in the past to charity shops earlier. And sometimes I think if you catch them earlier and they're putting stuff out, then you've got a good chance of maybe getting some decent stuff. But it was, what time would it have been? It was probably getting up for 1 o'clock. I think anything good had probably gone by then. I have one story. I was in CEX. I think last time I went to CEX, and I was upstairs looking, and suddenly this bloke tapped me on the shoulder. He says, "Oh, it's you!" And then he showed me his mobile phone, and it was my channel. He said, "Oh, I'm subscribed to you." He says, "Oh, I love watching your channel." I thought, I was blown away. I couldn't believe it. Yeah. That was in CEX.
Honestly, that's happened to me. Somebody came and said, "Hey, that's your channel, isn't it? You're Dan, aren't you?" I went, "Yeah." I said, "Right, you're nicked." And then I was in a cell for 24 hours. I had to get a suit.
Oh dear.
That happened to me. That was shame. It weren't a fan, but there you go. So some very interesting stories there. One with a complete lie. But we move on, and we've got Mark Fletcher. It's got for Ian, Jim Jam, and Denny. How many rooms? Oh, we've just done that.
We've had that one, haven't we?
Yeah. Sorry about that. So we got Steve answering Plonker. It says, my wife loved her. This is Victoria Wood, I think. Personally, I never found her funny, but each to their own. I still respected her obvious talent. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because Matt Fletcher, it's twice here. He put it twice by accident. It's not a problem. Then we've got Steve saying Space 1999 started out as UFO 2. Yes, it did.
Yeah, it did.
You got Ed Bishop to play Stryker again, but at the last minute, the Yanks pulled the plug and demanded changes, which changed it in Space 1999. That's very true again. We've seen a lot of this on YouTube, haven't we, Denny? They've been going over the Century 20 archives and stuff. Of course, I knew this in a book that was called Super Marionation from about 15, 20 years ago. But of course, it's lovely to see the actual interviews with Ed Bishop and all of that, describing those things, especially the early days where they were actually doing the voice work for Thunderbirds and Captain Scarlet and that. And they talked about how they did the table readings and all that sort of stuff, you know. So yeah, very, very interesting time. Definitely worth a watch, those Century 20.
Yeah, they are. They're brilliant.
Well. Jerry Anderson, I think, sometimes does come off as a bit pompous. But then again, never any more so than his wife. Gosh, she did seem like a right ball breaker. She did. But they loved each other once, even if they did go through a divorce. But you know, yeah, I think it's a shame that Jerry Anderson basically was a frustrated filmmaker that wanted to make films that were stuck with puppetry. But then again, I'm not sorry, because he gave us such great productions.
That's true, yeah.
If he hadn't have been there, we wouldn't have got that stuff. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm glad it turned out like it did. Shoot me for saying that, but that's, you know, my childhood would be a totally different childhood.
Well, those particular documentaries, I never really knew that he didn't like Terror Horse. He couldn't stand it, and yet it was one of my favourite puppet series he ever done. He just the interference from the Yanks again. He just loathed it.
And again, I don't think he liked the idea of Captain Scarlet being a computer generated cartoon either.
No.
So I think, like I say, he was a frustrated filmmaker that wanted to see that as a live action thing. He'd have loved it if Captain Scarlet was live. When all it was, they kept turning around and saying, "Oh no, we can't do that. We want to make a cartoon." You know, you got to be deflated. And he said, "Bloody hell, it's my worth that I was good. The only elevation I get to be is a comic book writer or a cartoon writer. I'm not good enough for films." And Stan Lee must have felt exactly the same. There he was, writing comic after comic after comic with all of these famous artists, collaborating, writing all of this stuff. And every time he went to a dinner party or something and they asked him what his job was, it must have been embarrassing for him, you know, to turn around and say, "I write comic books." You know, back in the day, knowing what we know about comic books, that's the bottom end of the junk market. You know, the delinquents read that stuff. And of course, when he died, he's like Alfred Hitchcock, spot Stan Lee in the film. You know what I mean? What a turnaround events. I'd have loved that to have happened for Jerry Anderson, but it never did it? I mean, just think of it, if they'd have actually have done that one production that basically he could have smiled and said, "I'm happy about that." You know what I mean?
Shame.
I'd have loved that to have happened. But anyway, we move to the next one. Denny Jukes, great TV show you make, and thanks for answering. Brilliant. I can't remember what we were answering, Danny, though. Might have been some time back. Tony York, watched the 2 Ian Richardson Sherlock Holmes films recently, Sign of 4 and Hound of the Baskervilles. I thought he played the part well. Do you have a favourite Holmes actor? I've already answered this in my blog, so everybody knows what mine is, Basil Rathbone. Anybody else would like to go and talk about?
I'm the same as you, Del. Basil Rathbone. End of story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a different opinion, Ian?
You know what a massive Peter Cushing fan I am. So
yeah.
I always say Peter Cushing. I absolutely love Peter Cushing. He can never do anything wrong for me.
Yeah. How many Hammer Peter Cushing Sherlock Holmes did they do? Did they do just 2? I think they did 2, didn't they, or 3?
They did, well, I know there's one with Christopher Lee, Hound of Basketballs.
Yeah,
they did. I don't think they didn't do any more. Hammer didn't do any. I'm sure it was the TV on BBC. He did Sherlock Holmes.
Well, Tom Baker did Sherlock Holmes as well.
Yeah. But I don't remember any more Hammer films as Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, like I said, I thought there was 2, but yeah, you're probably quite right. There's probably only
it was a massive hit, was Hound of the Basketballs, and it is one of my favorite Hammer films, actually. Yeah, that's I know a lot of people. I was probably too old by then, but that on ITV was very popular, wasn't it? There was some bloke who played it. I think didn't they do every episode?
Oh yeah, Granada Television made a whole, I don't know how many series of Sherlock Holmes, and in fact, it's one of the biggest. It was the biggest money earner for Granada for Granada TV, Manchester's TV station. If you weren't going to go around the Coronation Street set, you were going to go around Baker Street, basically, at Salford Quays. That's where it is, Salford, I think it was.
Right.
And yeah, to me, I never really liked the ITV production. I've liked lots of different interpretations of Sherlock Holmes. But it's like anything, everybody's got their favorite Miss Marple and all of that sort of stuff, So the BBC production of Sherlock Holmes, the modern retake with Martin Freeman and all of that sort of stuff.
Again, no, I didn't like that. Oh, Sherlock wanted.
Yeah, I mean, again,
awful it was.
Some people will say awful, some people will say okay, some people will say love it. It couldn't have done as many seasons if it didn't have its fans, is what I will turn around and say about that. But then again, you've got Robert Downey Jr. doing 2 films, Sherlock Holmes. Again, with that, it's a little bit of the BBC production in that, in regards to how they do the reenactments. It's done very much as in that sort of like rewind type phase, where it goes all black and rewinds and goes fast, and then it plays all in little segments, just like the BBC did. All I've got to say really about Sherlock Holmes, because it's not a particular fantastic subject of mine, but it's like Tarzan. I have my own favorite Tarzan, in the black and white days, or whether it was Ron Ely in the color days, all the rest of it. All again, another subject and topic that we could go on for hours on. So, tell me something. Did we answer anything about whether we've liked Ian Richardson's Sherlock Holmes? Have you actually seen them?
I haven't.
So he's watched the 2 Ian Richardson's Sherlock Holmes films recently, Sign of the Four and Hound of the Baskervilles. Have either of you seen Sherlock Holmes?
No, I haven't seen those.
I know I haven't. So that's something for me to consider, because I do like Sherlock Holmes, and I don't even know what era those are, whether that was 70s, 80s, or anything. So 70s, that will be very good for me to think of and look at that. So thanks very much, Tony, just for telling me that. Mark Fletcher, comedy programs you couldn't stand. For me as a kid, I hated it in loving memory. It used to depress me so much. Yeah, with there was it. They had a
yeah, I remember the theme tune.
Yeah, they had a. I forgot. No.
There was one that sticks out in my memory.
They buried people, right? Yeah. Basically, he was an usher, wasn't he? Tim, whatever his name was, that was in it. Tim, the lad, that was the lead usher. Tim something or other, I think his name was. I remember the music to it. Well, didn't it go? Yeah. It was to me. It's like Brass Star. There was that Salvation Army bloody comedy program as well, and all of that.
God!
I bundle it up with all of that and saying it's got its place for the old age pensioners, but for me, it alienated me. It was nothing funny in it, really. There was far better stuff that I could watch, like Terry and June. So I wasn't watching In Loving Memory. I can tell you that now much. Do you know what I mean? What about you? Have you got any memories of In Loving Memory? And what? Oh, by the way, what was the program that you couldn't stand? I can tell you now, the Salvation Army one I couldn't stand.
Oh, it's got to be well, there's two that spring to my mind straight away. The Upper Hand with Joe McGann, is it? And what's her name now? Pussy Galore. Honor Blackman.
Honor Blackman, yeah.
Oh,
that was based on an American program, wasn't it?
Yeah, I couldn't stand that. And one with Wendy Craig and Nicholas Lyndhurst.
That was with, in America, it was Scott something or other, wasn't it?
Yeah. So then
from Happy Days, but I'm trying to think what the American was called. It's called The Upper Hand over here, but over there it was Who's the Boss?
Who's the Boss? Yeah,
they are.
Yeah.
Scott, it was Scott. Oh,
I couldn't stand that.
Chachi, anyway, it was the bloke from Chachi.
And Butterflies, I never understood why that.
Butterflies, to me, the only thing that was funny in Butterflies was Nicholas Lyndhurst and the fact she kept burning the dinner.
Oh God,
that amused me. Well, that was about it. Otherwise, her inner monologue thoughts and watching the bloke in the park and their secret meetups, nothing to me, really. But it was another one of those Carla Lane things that you either loved or hated. And I liked the Liver Birds and didn't really get on with the but the Liver Birds was only just part of it for me. Well, thoughts?
Yeah, wasn't there something called For the Love of Ada or something?
That was a beautiful show. I love that show.
Beautiful show.
Wilfred Pickles.
Yeah. Irene Handel.
Yeah.
I liked it because
I didn't get on with that. Liver Birds, I wasn't that keen on, to be honest.
Yeah, I just said that it was passable. The Liver Bird.
And I'll tell you somebody else who I didn't like, and when I found out in real life what it was like, is that Arthur Mullard. I don't know what he was.
Jim Jam's just bought a season of his stuff.
I'm not really keen on him, to be honest. I didn't think he was that funny then, but everybody's taste, it's different. But
I understand he was quite a nasty man in real life as well, to be honest.
Yeah, he was an awful man in real life. Yeah.
But I mean, I must admit, when you talk about The Love of Ada, I mean, okay, you got your own opinion of it, but I can probably mention about 15 comedies that were far worse than some of that sort of stuff, because there has been just so much grot, as far as I'm concerned. Some people will, if I mention a couple of titles that really get my goat a little bit. What was that one with Richard Bryars in? Where he didn't get on with his neighbour and he's always jealous of him. What was it?
Is it Ever Decreasing Circles? Is that the one?
Yeah, and I could look at that and go,
I vaguely remember that.
I could look at that and I could go, what's this? Because you've got a really annoying best friend who looks like he was part of the train club or something, and then you've got the neighbour that he doesn't like because he's always the clever-witted person, and then you've got the attractive wife that you've got that always seems to be flirting with him, making him misery, and he's the sort of person that wants to be the committee member of the local whist club or something. And to me, it was like, how much more comfort end of the cul-de-sac fucking programs can the BBC come out with to make me hate what's going on in comedy at the moment?
That thing called. Do you remember? I never watched it, but it was always on Bread. Oh God, that never appealed.
When it comes to The Love of Ada, when somebody's talking about that, I turn around and say to them, "But this is something that was a bit different. This is about love at the end of your life.
Yeah,
you've lost. You're in your late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah,
Your husband's gone. You're the only one that's left." you're living in, you're having to live now with your daughter and living under their thing. And the person who buried your husband, you're starting to have a committed relationship with. You want to get married, but it's just as hard for you to get the money up to get married as it would for a young couple to get married.
Yeah.
I think that that's an interesting aspect story. The Richard Bryars one that I've just talked about. What a load of wank.
But also,
sorry, but that's that.
And I might like that you see, because I was a kid and maybe I just didn't connect with it. Because don't forget, we can change, time of your life.
Yeah, you might have looked at it when you were younger now, and you just go, what's these two old fucks?
Yeah, well, that's it. I think that's very true. As a kid, old people are a bit old people, aren't they? They're just, not as interesting.
Yeah.
But when you get to my age, you think, oh, well, perhaps our older people are a bit more interesting.
It even had the bloke from Love Thy Neighbour in it, didn't it? It had the bigot from Love Thy Neighbour as the son-in-law, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. All that. It's all that particular era, isn't it? But I could never understand like a program, say like Bread. It used to get absolutely massive audiences.
Yeah,
I didn't like Bread. I didn't like Bread at all.
No, I didn't really.
I don't care what they say about how many millions the Christmas special had. As far as I'm concerned, it was a lot of plonky crap.
Yes.
I think for me, that program, Bread, it was known for one saying when I used to say, that woman is a tart. And that was all it was known for.
EastEnders and get out of my pub. That's, as a saying. I can think of better sayings. Cauldron of Stardust, a friend of mine. Tim Folin did amazing music for everything he touched.
Yeah, he did.
Or NES, SNES. Heck, he did the great music on the 128K Specky, because it converted well to that, because it was the same chip as what was in the CPC 464, but also the same chip that's in a Mega Drive. It's a standard FM synthesis chip. So the 128K Specky, I was so glad when it did eventually get a speaker, a sound. It's a shame it was still nowhere near a SID. You know what I mean? But yeah, great. There's no point me talking to you about that. Ian, have you got anything to add to that?
No.
No, just as he says, he was one of the most amazing. Rob would have done it over probably a couple of computers, but this guy, he done it over all of them, like he said. And this guy was, he got music out of the beeper on the Spectrum. Some of the Kronos, I remember one of the and Agent X was another one.
I mean, another one that I liked of Rob Hubbard's in the 16-bit days was the Populous music. That was Rob Hubbard.
It's like a heartbeat type music.
I quite liked it because it sounded very godlike. It was very menacing. I like menacing music. You know what I mean?
But that was never like the 8-bit tunes for me.
Yeah. Well, it was because it was all sampled.
Yeah.
Mark Fletcher, if you could have any prop from any film or TV program ever made, what would it be? I could just imagine Jim Jam having to explain to his missus where he was going to keep his never-ending story dragon. Jesus Christ. As a prop, what would I love as a prop?
Ooh.
Oh, I know what I'd like as a prop. I don't know where I'd keep it, though, and my mum would turn around and say, you can bugger off with that. And that is the original model of the film version of Star Trek The Motion Pictures Enterprise. Now, I don't know how big. I think it's 24 foot long. I think it's available. Where I would put it... Mum, it's going in your room. It bloody well isn't. You can imagine the conversation. Off the top of my head, I would love that. But thinking about it, there are so many other things that I could. I mean, I'd love anything from Ray Harryhausen, one of those little Medusas, or I'm don't know, the Gorgon or the Clash of the Titans tiger or something like that. The skeletons from Seventh Voyage of Sinbad. You know what I mean? Any of those, wouldn't they be gorgeous if you actually had one of those fully painted, posable? Jesus Christ, that would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? So many people would say, a sonic screwdriver, wouldn't they, or a phaser from Star Trek, or or a tricorder, or whatever it is. But no, I'm gonna stick with my 24-foot Star Trek Enterprise, and you're going to answer your two while I just go and quickly get a drink because my throat's going again.
Do you want to go first, Ian?
Yeah. I know. The Halloween Captain Kirk mask that is used, because it's Captain Kirk, isn't it, in the Halloween films, the mask, supposedly. I absolutely love Halloween films. So, I'll just Delboy will just confirm this. Is it in Halloween films, it is Captain Kirk's mask?
Yeah, it's William Shatner's face. Yeah.
William Shatner. Definitely, yeah. That's the one I would have.
Oh, God, never.
Love Halloween.
I learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Mine would just be a simple little thing in a little case on its own. And again, I'm going back to Blake 7. I'd like one of the original teleport bracelets that they've done.
Oh.
But I believe of them all gone now. But if there was ever any of them out there, I would love one of them. And on a stand, I would love one of them.
Or a tomorrow people jaunting belt.
Or a jaunting belt, yeah.
Can I have the Tim computer, please? Because I could just do with a disco set.
Yeah.
Didn't that look like a 70s kitchen set with a disco light?
Yeah, like this great big ball with them like silver tube.
The table where they sit looks like where you'd sit in the 70s in the kitchen to have your breakfast.
Yeah.
In the 70s home.
That's right, yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Have we all answered that one?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Tony York, a big budget Saint film with Roger Moore could have been interesting. Or any of the other ITC series could have been interesting if given big budgets TV versions.
Yeah.
Saying that though, I mean, Roger Moore and Tony Curtis was a pretty bloody expensive series to make, wasn't it? $1 million an episode or something?
Yeah.
Wow. Back then.
And putting two of those episodes together, they did make some films, didn't they? And actually showed those off as films in foreign countries, didn't they? Like in Italy and Spain, didn't they put two of them together and make them up as films?
Didn't weren't Network's very last release?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Didn't they actually bring out the film versions in a special
and then they went,
Well, how would that be for inflation nowadays on an episode for £1 million?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Wow.
But I think the biggest problem that you'd have with a big budget Saint film for Roger Moore is that if I remember rightly, Ian Ogilvy took over as the new Saint, and that was 1977. The Saint for the Roger Moore was the end of the 60s. And he went on to be Bond, and there's not much of a difference really between Bond and the Saint. So would the Saint get swallowed up as being a cheap knockoff of the Bonds because of Bond's importance in the 70s as being the only spy thing to ever watch? Do you know what I mean? Because I think the height of Bond is really 68 to 77 to me. If you could talk about all of the Bonds, when do you think was the height? I would have said 68 to 77. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what everybody else thinks about that. They're probably laughing at my face, but it's just that 1977 had the famous Lotus, and the underwater car and everything. Plus, you've got the marriage of Bond, at the end in Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Yeah.
And if you go to 68, then you do at least get a Sean Connery one in, or even though I count Goldfinger as probably being the best Sean Connery to me.
Yeah.
But other people would say, no, is better and all of this sort of stuff. But I think when you then start going past that and you start going into Timothy Dalton and you start going into those, there are so many other spy things that took over that Bond started to become a caricature of itself. So it's not that I don't think that those are any good. It's just that I think that's the point where you have Bond at its height, is because there was nothing really around it that could really compete with it.
Yeah, that's true.
Everybody was looking forward to the next 2 years, and Bond, the end of the film would say Bond will return in.
Yeah.
Even tell you what the film is.
It was like a lot of the franchises back then. You always look forward to the next film.
You did that to annoy one person, didn't you? Go on, carry on.
Franchise. That's look at it,
You're not wrong. No, you're not wrong. You proved it in my blog. If anybody wants to read go to my blog and find out that franchise is not wrong, by all means, go there and you'll see it's true.
They used to be an event movie. Like a lot of films back then. You watched a Bond, you knew you was going to get entertained. I mean, I was one of these. I did like Timothy Dalton. It was still Bond to me, but it was when I got to Daniel Craig, I just switched off.
I was just going to say that. To me, Bond ends when Daniel Craig begins. They're not Bond films.
No.
They're not. They just...
No.
I don't know what they are.
The gadgets are gone and...
Everything. The atmosphere. There's no proper villains.
I gave the first one, though.
Awful.
I gave the first one, though, a Casino Royale, a benefit of the doubt, because it was actually more like a prequel. It was like James Bond's first assignment. So basically, it was like he's now just been given his number. He's going out and doing it. It's almost like you could turn around and say, this is supposed to look different and be different than all of the others, because you're talking about before you even knew Sean Connery and Dr. No. You're talking before then. So, you look at it from that point of view and you go, yeah, this is actually Daniel Craig's first, and you can't mark it against anything that's been done before because it's actually the very first Bond.
It just didn't resonate.
All I'm saying is, after that, even I can't think of one that's any good other than the only thing that came out of it was one theme song, which is done by Adele. Otherwise, I can't think of anything good about them.
Well, I couldn't stand her, but I mean, the thing is, they killed him off as well. Bond can't die; he's indestructible. Christ, if he can die, that means he's pointless for the mission.
Well, I'm sure they'll bring him back.
I know, but that bring a different iteration.
Yeah.
But I mean, he got killed in the film. Bond can't get killed.
Yeah.
If he gets killed, that means he's easy to kill. He's supposed to be this untouchable killer machine. He's licensed to kill, and No.
Don't you think Bond, those Daniel Craig films, they never had any good villains? There was never any of those. I always, do you know what I loved about Bond is when you have a base, the villain's base and all that.
That's right.
You didn't have any of that in these awful Daniel Craig films.
Yeah, there's the white cat that they're stroking. You can't have a Bond film without a fluffy white cat. What's all that shit?
They were rubbish. They were rubbish. I really couldn't stand. Yeah,
I'm with you on that. I couldn't stand them.
Yeah, it's funny. I've just been thinking them. I've said that, and guess what? I've gone against what I said. I think they're in my collection. Bond. I've got all the
you got the Daniel Craig,
and I've got those blooming Daniel Craig films. Now, yes,
you become a collector, and that's the trouble. Now you got the bug.
Like I said, I mean, I'm not going to feel bad for what I said. Casino Royale is not a great Bond film, but you can give it credence because it was the first Bond. And therefore, it doesn't have to try and be Roger Moore. It doesn't have to try and be Sean Connery. It doesn't need to be Timothy Dalton. It doesn't need to be any of them. It can be its own interpretation because it is the first. From that point of view, you can play it. You could play it a million different ways, and not one of them would be wrong, because it's the other films that turn it into this is our Bond. It's just after that there was Quantum of Solace and all of that, and I'm just going, oh, fucking shit! What's all this crap? You know, you're too handsome, you bastard. And then I just turned it off. Right. We move on. Cauldron of Stardust. Mark Fletcher. That's a darn good question. So his question was, if you could have any prop from any film. Yeah, that's a darn good question. I would want the Maltese Falcon statue prop from the movie of the same name. I'm a big fan of Humphrey Bogart, and that's one of my favorite movies ever. The Maltese Falcon statue. I can't remember what it looks like. Oh, yes, I can. Yes. It's on the cover, actually, of the 4K release. Stupid me. Yeah, well, nothing wrong with that. You know, I'd have anything that I can sell and make a bloody billion out. Have the piano out of Casablanca or something. Lots of so many iconic things, isn't there, that you could have? Yeah, I'll have the ship. I'll have the ship out of Goonies. Fucking hell, how big's that? Where are you going to put that? You know what I mean?
You never know. You never know.
I'll have the bridge of the Enterprise built into the conservatory. Thanks.
It might not be as dear as you think. They might have a sailor.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Oh. Right, where we get to Stephen Taylor now. We've got what 3 other famous people, alive or dead, would you invite to a dinner party? Oh, this is an old favorite joke. This is an old favorite question, isn't it? What 3 other famous people, alive or dead, would you invite to a dinner party? So I'm going to go with you first, Ian.
Well, it'd have to be Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee. And then Diana Rigg. What an actress she was. What a career. Fantastic. They would be my 3.
Yeah. Denny?
John Pertwee. Definitely. Yeah. Paul Darrow.
Yeah.
Ooh, now a third one. This is a bit of a cheat because they're a double act, Laurel and Hardy.
No, you can't have that. That's 2.
Oh, okay. Stan Laurel then.
Yeah, all right. I'll let you off. Let's see. Muhammad Ali. Patrick Troughton. It says alive or dead. I could have one alive. But I'll go with the dead. Jack Lemmon. Have I got to give a reason? Let's see. Muhammad Ali. So many conversations, so many matches that I watched with my dad in the 70s. I just remember seeing this energetic, super fast boxer just lording over all the other boxers. It's, I mean, I think everybody has seen the big ones, like the Rumble in the Jungle and, and all of that sort of stuff. But people forget that there was a run-up of boxing matches up to those. And I can still remember all of those run-up matches. And he was up against some bloody top-class boxers. In fact, if I was to think about an era of boxing, I think the 70s must have been the hardest era in boxing. There was just about every single boxer was on top of their game. There wasn't one that you could turn around and say, he's got a chin of like a chandelier, or, he was overrated as a boxer. You know what I mean? I mean, you're talking about all sorts of, fantastic boxers at the time.
But Del, you got Muhammad Ali in his prime.
Yeah.
How would you think he'd have got on with Mike Tyson in his prime?
They did actually meet. But of course, they did actually meet, chatted, got on well with each other. But then by this point, you can't tell whether whether he would, with his Parkinson's disease, would have riddled him to the point where he would have just said that he did. Back in the day when he was cocky, when he didn't have the shakes, when Parkinson's wasn't there, and you're meeting this young guy and his name's Mike Tyson, I think he'd have turned around and said, "Who's this piece of shit? Oh yeah, bring him on." It'd have been like that, because that was the brash Muhammad Ali. It was like, I am the greatest. There is nothing even close to me. If somebody is going to beat me and they beat me, they were on a lucky day. It was like that. There was, because there is nothing but him, and that is all you need to know about. That was Muhammad Ali. So if Mike Tyson's there and he's beaten all the others, he'd be just turning around and saying, "One hit wonder." He's slow. It'd probably turn around to him and say, "This is Mike Tyson." That's Mike Tyson. Right?
I was terrified of Tyson.
Where's his moves? He plods, because he used to call things. He used to turn around and say, "He's the mummy," because he walks like this. He's slow, like a mummy. He's slow like this, So, and that's how he used to say he's a gorilla, because that's that he was always fighting towards like this, and he had his shoulders up, and he's like a gorilla. That's how he was. He later on admitted he went too far. But at the end of the day, all it was to get bums on seating for both of them, to both fighters in the ring, to get an equal amount of profit from it. So as much as he was taking the piss, his opponent who would lose, he would hope, was getting a great big massive purse out of it, because of the bums on seats for that particular fight. He was ahead of the game in his thought and thinking. You know what I mean? So yeah. We've all said 3, haven't we? Brilliant. So we move on to the next one. Mark Fletcher. Can the dead people be alive again? Otherwise, it might put me off my feet. Yeah, it would be very nice, wouldn't it, if it all coming through their rib cages? No. Mark Fletcher. Not always true. Joan of Arc could be one of my answers, and her charred corpse would probably bring a scrumptious barbecue set to the table. Bad joke. Sorry, no, that's not a bad joke. Actually, it's quite funny. Quite made me smile. That good call mentioning Zulu, Ian.
Yep.
Don't big him up.
He's from Yorkshire.
He's big-headed enough. He's big-headed enough.
Hang on, how long ago was that? How many comments have we got?
Yeah, it's quite a long time ago, isn't it?
Well, that was 10:15. But there aren't that many comments, to be quite honest.
Oh, okay.
Tell you what, favorite recently watched foreign film, The Danish Promised Land 2023. I can easily tell you what my recently watched foreign film was, and I mentioned it to Denny on Wednesday, and that was one of the Three Musketeers, the second film, D'Artagnan. With what's her name?
Eva Pope.
Eva, yeah, that's it. Eva
Green.
That was the recently watched foreign film that I've seen.
I need to watch that, but it's just the subtitles in it.
Yes, because it was in the native language when I was watching it at the cinema. So over to you, Denny, then, because we had Ian on the last one, I think. So, Denny, what's your favourite recently watched foreign film?
I can't say I've watched one since I watched that original Godzilla. Can't say.
Oh, yeah, you see Godzilla -1. That's quite recent, isn't it?
Oh, of course, yeah. Godzilla -1, yeah.
I mean, that's recent, isn't it? So,
yeah, I forgot all about it. I watched that, Godzilla -1. I really don't want to talk about that because I missed out on that.
Yeah, that's a very topical one. Yeah, but I wouldn't be upset about it, because when I went to Facebook and I went to the Steelbook Face Group book, which actually advertised it and said it's up, and I went there and it was basically sold out as soon as I got there. The bloke turned around and said, actually, that's the pre-order for the site for Target shops. Target shops are quite small, they're not a big franchise over in America like Walmart and Best Buy and all of those sort of things. But the very nature of the fact that Target is getting a collection for this film means that this might later on come along to being something like that will appear at Walmart and Best Buy. And when that happens, Amazon will get them for definite. And if Amazon gets them, you've got another opportunity to actually slap in there and come in with it. So they sold out in 10 minutes. This is all going to get back to the company that's making these, and they're going to go back and say, we're going to make a killing. So we're just going to do this in every landscape. They're going to do this once in France. We're going to do this in Germany. We're going to do this in Italy. We're going to do this in Britain. We're going to do this 3 times in America. We'll do it for Walmart. Do you see what I mean? And they're just going to make a packet. Just going to make a packet, because every time it's going to happen, 10 minutes, gone. So at the end of the day, I'm just biding my time till I get to the one that I can get it at.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to worry about the fact that I missed that one. It went in 10 minutes.
10, yeah. What chance did it go?
10 minutes, and it was in a foreign country. So how are you going to work that one out?
Yeah.
For all you know, that 10 minutes could have been while you were sleeping. You know, I mean, it's ridiculous, to be quite honest. Has everybody answered the favourite recently watched foreign film? Have you said one, Ian?
Time Crimes, I'll just say that. Spanish sci-fi.
Hey, Xanadu doesn't count. You know what I mean? No Ranger, none of that, right?
Yeah.
You know, Kimosabi apparently is an English word. So, right. Tony, your RE Dalek stories. I'm quite sure they were magazine-style compilations published by Doctor Who DWM of the 1960s TV 21 comic strip. Yeah, what all I was actually getting at is that they were originally in TV 21. I don't know if Doctor Who magazine actually bought the rights to publish them. If they did, then they had to either go to Terry Nation or TV 21 and the rights of those to publish them again. Because, like I say, the whole reason why the Daleks were underused by the BBC is because they didn't want to give Terry Nation all the money, because he copyrighted his own product. So you see a Dalek in a cartoon, and you had to go to Terry Nation every time to ask if it was all right to do so. You know, like I said, he's dead now, so I'm not quite sure how strict it is. But I think, didn't I read somewhere with even under new Doctor Who, the reason Jodie Whittaker battled a Dalek every Christmas during her run was because the BBC only had the option for having a new Doctor Who story if they had them once per year. If you missed out by doing it within a year period, you lost the rights to it forever for having them. They had to buy them again. So what happened was, the day that the contract would run out is the day that they'd broadcast a Doctor Who Dalek in it in the new series. And that's why they kept in contract with it. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I heard. I went, wow. Mark Fletcher, have you ever met anyone who didn't like Laurel and Hardy? They will always be the gods of comedy to me. Well, you know, and Denny and we've talked Laurel and Hardy for 4 hours in a stream, which is one of the most liked streams that I've got. Actually, I think it's one of the most watches. And no, I can't think of anybody that's turned around and said they didn't like Laurel and Hardy. I've seen lots of people that refuse to give them even a try because of black and white, silent, whatever. Yeah. But how could I turn around and say to you that they didn't like Laurel and Hardy? They just didn't give them a chance to like them. They refused to watch them because they're in black and white. So I can't mention those people. People that I've actually sat down and watched it have liked it. Everyone that I've actually known. Even my sister will turn around and say, oh, yeah, I like Laurel and Hardy. So what about you guys? Any anecdotes about this?
No.
I would imagine there will be a lot of younger generation who might not even know they are.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Well, yeah.
They won't even know they are. But
Very true and very sad to say something like
Yeah,
that, really, isn't it?
it's sad.
At the end of the day, Steve's Gaming, Mark Fletcher. I wouldn't trust anyone who dislikes Lawrence.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, what's there not to like?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Mark Fletcher, Steve's Gaming, very true. Stephen Taylor, what would be your dream job? I'm guessing it's not your current jobs, Del and Denny. I could tell you what my dream job was. You want to go first, Denny, or do you want me to carry on?
Dream job. Well, it's not a job I've got. Not a job I've got. But it's not.
Otherwise, you'd be living the dream, wouldn't you? But
I would, but I'd love. I wish I'd have gone into it earlier, but obviously, I think the age was against me anyway. As Del knows, I've just started restoring stuff. Alcassette. I would love a job of sitting down and just restoring things all day. I don't know whether there's anywhere out there that has sort of jobs like that, but I would love that. The satisfaction you get from taking something that's crumbling, it's got creases in a picture, or
well, there are. I mean, all you got to remember with that, Denny, is it all depends on what type of thing you want to do restoration on. What you're doing restoration on, there wouldn't be a job for you.
No, there wouldn't be a job.
But if you were a restorer of someone and you were hired under Marvel Comics, say,
yeah,
you would have an endless amount of stuff that you need to do, because every panel of every comic that's come out from Marvel would be thousands and millions.
Yeah,
and they need to be retouched up because they're always being published in some larger book, like an omnibus or on printed glossy stock or whatever, and the colors need to be brought back up and all of that sort of stuff. So you'd have a never-ending job, to be quite honest. And I'm pretty sure there'd probably be lots of pictorial places and books like Puffin and Ladybird and all of that would probably want all of those paintings restored that used to be in those children's books, so they could be reprinted for a modern audience and all of that sort of stuff.
But the thing is,
everything you'd want to do would be in the publishing industry, and I don't know, and you'd have to just guess which one.
I mean, on our Discord, I've been putting a few examples up of some of my work, but even that pales into significance. I just still feel inferior to a lot of people who've restored other stuff that I've seen on the internet.
I keep meaning to show you mine. I never counted it up, but I did something like 4,000 pages of Spider-Man restoration work for the DCP, which was the Digital Comic Preservation Group, between 2005 and 2008. I was called DB2K, whatever it was, 7 or 8 or 9. You could see my little stamp, and I would put it on the front cover of every scan that I ever did.
Yeah.
And if you therefore download a collection from news groups or torrents that will say Spider-Man Comics Weekly 1974, and you downloaded a load of them, a lot of them will say a Delboy and Wolfman scan or something like that, because somebody would have scanned them and the other one would have restored them.
But I just see, for me, I mean, I know probably the job ain't round it, but for me, the reason why I like doing it at the moment is because there's a lot of stuff which is, for the archives, it needs restoring. I mean, you have like the films and your TV, they restore them. Computer games of the past seem to be forgotten. When you see some of the actual copies of them, they're really bad, they're really grainy, there's no colour in them. I don't know whether you get the same satisfaction once you've done it. I mean, I've done the first issue of Zap magazine, and that was Steve who asked me if I'd do that for, if I could do one. And I found when I was doing it, I was really enjoying it, but that took a long time to do.
Yeah, did you take the original PDF of that and clean it up?
It was
your own copy of the first one and scan it yourself.
It was one I found on eBay. All the copies was awful. I mean, it was on archive.com and it was awful. and that wouldn't do anything at all. And then I found one on eBay. Somebody was selling a copy. I ain't saying it was in good nick, but it was better.
You scanned it yourself, yeah.
So I took that picture. I mean, cropped it, but then it was slightly off center. So even when I turned it, there was still margins that needed filling in. So I had to restore all them. And you noticed all the colours was popping as well. And that's what I get a lot of satisfaction on. It's not only for me, it's for other people if they want to use it as well. Put it all back into the archives, but it's finding a place. I might have my own website soon, just put them all on. But that's what I would love.
I can see Ian falling asleep, so let's go.
No, I'm listening.
So, what would you like to be, Ian? Would you like to be? I don't know.
I did.
Would you like to be Raquel Welch's masseur or something?
Well, that sounds interesting.
Would that be your dream job?
That was
a dream job, wouldn't it? Yeah. I suppose, in all seriousness, when I left university, one of the first jobs I got was a researcher on a specific historical thing, and I absolutely loved doing that. But it was only a 6-month contract. Then I got another job doing some more research, but it was on a completely different direction. I've always loved doing research, and of course in those days it was all library based. You were looking at archives, books and all sorts, whereas now you've got this in front of us and we can see all the research quite easy. So if somebody who loved books and things, it was great opening books and delving into all these wonderful, taking a lot of time as well, because when you're going through books and looking for things, it does take a lot of time. Whereas now on here, oh, there it is. So I enjoyed all that. So I still love research. So a dream job for me is still research. I love researching and finding out, and somebody paying. How wonderful it is if somebody pays you to research things and anything. Yeah, I just love learning about different things like that,
Yeah.
But it is nice to look at primary source documents. I mean, if you get a chance to look at a 17th century document, I know you have to put your gloves on and all this.
Yeah, white gloves. Yeah,
something special. It's very special to see an original document. Absolutely. But anyhow, that way I won't go on too long.
Well, back in the day, I mean, my dream job would have been the editor of any film. I wanted to be the person that sat with the director and cut the film into what he thought was his perfect film. And I always thought, and people would turn and say, "That's an unusual job. Why wouldn't you want to be the director?" And I said, "Well, because I don't want the headache of making the film. I just want to put it together." And that meant I can see every foot of the actual film. And that meant I know what it looked like when it was being put together. So if there's anything cut out of it, I'd know, wouldn't I? Because I was the one who cut it out. And I thought that was a very entertaining answer to give if you were ever, asked that question. But it literally was that. I really, really would have loved to sit next to someone like Scorsese with all of the rushes, and then editing that film together the way that he wants it. You know what I mean? You can imagine every 2 shot, every 3 shot, every long shot, and then putting it all together so that you've got a coherent film by Scorsese, and you edited it. Wow. Do you know what I mean? Have that on your CV. That's how I looked at it. So mine's a very simple answer. Doesn't take too much explaining. So we'll move on from that. I think yours were better answers than mine. Thank you very much, lads, for coming up with so much better than me. Tony York, the 2 Holmes films were from 1983. I got the Second Sight Blu-rays. Oh, right, yeah, Second Sight. I mean, I must admit, it is. I've learned an awful lot about films. I always used to think films came from Paramount and Warner and all of that sort of stuff. these boutique labels, I never really knew too much about them until the last 5 years, where I've heard about Arrow and Second Sight, all of these 101 films and all of that. I'm just going, I just know that film is being made by Columbia. What's all this crap that you're talking about? Eureka Films, what are you on about? You know what I mean? I just looked up on Amazon and I typed in the name of the film. I didn't bother about what label it was under. So all that about. So it's amazing. It's amazing because this group has educated me, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Even though I've been around it for years and years and years, and I still look up things in the old days. I mean, like I say, if I ever hold up a book, you know, like I've done before, like Leonard Maltin's book here, look. I can get it like that. It does not list boutique label, right? It lists it as Warner or Paramount. You see what I mean? So I am a bit old school.
They're still available as well, them films are.
Yeah. Second Sight. I bet I'm not surprised, to be quite honest. Andy's cardboard Star Wars. Andy's cardboard Star Wars. Yeah, he's great. Yeah, he has actually mentioned on my blog sometimes on a Sunday. Yeah. Old World is always more interesting. I remember saying to my granddad, "What was it like without TVs?" Yeah, you can imagine it, really, can't you? I mean, it's like as much as we were researching like Watch with Mother and that was the 50s and stuff. If you go back further than that, you're going the war. You think to yourself, well, you never had time to watch anything.
It's radio.
You know what I mean?
That's the important thing.
The only medium is radio.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is can you imagine a life with no moving picture? But then the only moving picture would have been cinema. And I'm just, for me, the biggest thrill is remembering the first time somebody put their little coin into the what the butler saw box, which is before, which is cinematography at the earliest stages. Putting a quarter, it must have been a dime then, I think. For us, it would have been a less than a penny, a half penny, and you're just putting you through, and you're going like this, and all it is just flipped static photos.
That's right, yeah.
I mean, just on that just flips round, and that is the beginning of film. Brilliant! How brilliant is that? I said to you the other day, Ian, didn't I? I said that my nan used to, she used to clean around a stately home. His name was Mr. Atkinson in a small village near where I live, and he had those stereoscopic photos that were always seemed to be from India. Or Mount Kilimanjaro in the background or something, and it was a wooden frame, and you put the two photos in, and you looked through the lens, and it was 3D, and you're going, bloody hell, 3D back when? This is like a 1902 photograph. You're going, how the hell did they do stereoscopic 3D in 1902? I mean. You're talking about a box with a flash cube and a bloke standing in front of the lens and then lifting it up and then putting the lens back in front of it. Yeah. And we're trying to get 3D to work in cinema and having a problem 100 and something years later. I mean, these people were out the box, weren't they, with ideas of how to make this work.
But
so
out of interest, though, when you say what the butler saw machine, what comes to mind when you say that?
Well, it's a bloke looking through the keyhole.
No. When you look at that, when you say what the butler saw, what TV comedy comes to mind when you say that?
Oh, we rang my lord or something, or
Steptoe.
Oh, Steptoe. Oh, yeah. Because he got one of those machines, didn't he?
Yes,
He was the one in the film.
That's right. Old man. I'll tell you what. I was watching Steptoe and Son the other day. They had one on TV. I couldn't sleep at night, and it happened to be the one where the fire brigade couldn't actually put the fire out in there because they'd put that turnstile system in from the London Underground. They wanted to. All it was to control the TV. Was no. He owned one half of the room, and he owns the other half.
That's a class. That's classic.
Yeah.
He had to put a coin in to be able to go through the turnstiles. To be able to
Oh god.
and they had the telly separated by a wooden panel, and he had it for that night, so there was. You could see more. That's it. The controls were on one side, and you didn't have the controls on the other.
Yeah.
So he had to watch BBC Two's Nutcracker Suite flipping ballerina thing that night, and all that sort of stuff. Brilliant stuff. Brilliantly written. I mean, anybody that turns around to me and says, "How can you watch that shit?" I just turn around and said, "You're shit if you think it's shit." Two more questions, I think, and that's it, lads. So, Mark Fletcher, here's a question and a half. If you could take the top off the TARDIS, if it was real, what do you think it would look like inside?
Oh.
I mean, I've always had my idea.
I don't know.
Take the top off the TARDIS.
Yeah, when I was a child, whenever I saw the inside of a Dalek, and I saw all its green tendrils and all of that sort of stuff, I realized that it was just some big cellular thing inside this massive, great walking robot. The TARDIS, to me, I always thought was probably something similar because he always kept calling it a girl, and it always seemed to be living. So I always thought that if you underneath that, that rundle, that was going up and down, and underneath the TARDIS console, there was something green and alien with huge amount of tendrils and all of this sort of stuff moving around. But later on, when I got a bit older, I couldn't help but think that there's the power of the sun inside this TARDIS, and it's like if you could fall into it, you'd fall eventually into a black space region, and if you magnified it, you would see that he's orbiting around a sun. And the reason that he can go back and forth in time is it speeds itself up and goes either reverse clockwise or anti-clockwise around the sun. And you see solar eclipses and everything all going around, like around our sun. It's like it was almost like a close-up of our sun and a little box that goes around it. And I always thought that's what's inside there. My dad just turned around and said, but he never understood the TARDIS. And he said, it must have one of the biggest wind-up keys you've ever seen in your life. And that used to make me laugh. And that's about it, really.
Yeah, I can't top that, to be honest. I wouldn't.
I sort of had an image of endless spiral staircases going up and down all over the place, and sort of leading into different sort of levels. And I don't know quite how I mean, but it's sort of
I hope you didn't have the butler from Trumpton going up and down these steps trying to get to tell you what. You'd never get to where he wanted to go ever. He can't even answer a phone, that bloke. So so you thought it was a load of ladders?
Yeah, it's just with loads of different rooms and places.
Like that magic 3D picture where you can't actually tell what way is up and what way is down because
that's a good explanation. Yeah.
God. Stephen Taylor, if you won the lottery, would you buy pretty much every film, CD, and game available? ?
No. I'd still stick to only what I wanted. It's pointless buying stuff that I don't want. I buy more storage space, that's for sure.
I think you know, at the end of the day, if you won the lottery, you wouldn't be able to buy every film, CD, and game that's in the world, would you? So you'd still have to be selective, because I mean, a lottery win is what? I mean, what's it's not billions, is it? It's millions. So you'd have to be selective. So I mean, that's my answer. No, I'd have to be selective. And what
I
you're
wouldn't skimp on box sets or anything like that. I'd buy the best, all the steel books, all the box sets, and what I wanted. I wouldn't just have standard editions, but I don't have them now for some of them because I do like the film, but not to the point where I'm spending all my money on box sets. But that's probably what I'm doing.
Have you got anything to add to that, Ian?
Yeah, I think I'd still be selective, though. I might spoil myself, and obviously, if you got the brass, you'd say, "Oh yeah, that special edition of Blade Runner looks really interesting," even though it goes against of all that I've said. But you might pick selected films, but I don't think you wouldn't buy every film, would you? You wouldn't. I mean, who wants some of that rubbish in my collection anyhow? You know, I'd be thinking, oh, I don't want all that stuff anyhow. No way. So you wouldn't. And same with CDs. I'd still be buying them, but I'd probably buy more special edition ones. But that would be it, really. You know, you wouldn't buy everything. No way. No, daft.
Yeah. So we got Danny Duke saying have a good one because I think some people now. Mm-hmm. Stephen Tanner says favorite James Bond film. Mine is The Spy Who Loved Me. So over to you first, Denny, then Ian next. Favorite James Bond.
Oh,
it's a hard one.
I know it's an easy answer, but I have always liked Goldfinger.
Yeah,
I've always liked that one.
What about you, Ian?
It has to be You Only Live Twice because it was the first Bond film I saw at the cinema, and I remember being excited. And I've watched it a lot over the years, and it's got the base, the volcano, space, Donald Pleasance, the cat. It is the Bond film. It is the Bond film.
Yeah.
For me, it's just archetype Bond. There's no problems at all with it. I just love it. There you are.
Mine's Goldfinger. And it's such a shame, really, because my Bond is Roger Moore. But when I look at all the Roger Moore films, Goldfinger still stands out as being better than all of the ones put together, really. So it is a difficult one. You know, I mean, I do think that Timothy Dalton's two films are not as bad as history remembers them. I still think that they're pretty good. I didn't like Pierce Brosnan's run much at all. Thought at the beginning it was entertaining, and then it just turned into a farce. And then we've already talked about Daniel Craig. But I mean, when it comes to Roger Moore, he just went on one too many. I think it just that last one, the Living Daylights. Is it what's the one with Grace Jones? It is A
View to Kill.
View to a Kill, yeah.
View to a Kill, yeah. It is just one too many. You know what I mean?
He does look too old in it.
No,
it's the one where he looks.
Everyone's got its bit of a problem. Moonraker. I mean, what a convoluted story. And to be quite honest, all these different shuttles going up into space, and it's like nobody's monitored one shuttle takeoff. Christ, if you had a toy rocket go off in the back of your garden, bloody NASA's tracking.
But I'd rather have that than Daniel Craig.
You know what I mean?
That's much more entertaining than Daniel Craig.
What I'm trying to say is, and then you've got the belief that there's all these little laser fighter things going on up there in space. And then when the whole thing collapses, everything burns up in the atmosphere apart from one compartment where there's a great big 8-foot bloke called Jaws and a little blonde girl that survives a crash.
Wonderful.
And all of this sort of put together, you go, yeah, this is a bit.
Now you nearly said far-fetched. You nearly said
what I mean? I'm just going. This is a little bit, yeah. because
It's a
it starts
film.
off. But what I'm saying is, it starts off with its little acorns, which is Live and Let Die, which is a bit more believable.
Oh, Live and Let Die! What a film!
Voodoo and all of this sort of stuff, and it's very ground level with its
Love it. Yeah.
and all of that sort of stuff. To where you got Moonraker and you got some bloke who's taking orchids from somewhere and putting them into space. And everybody's going to be suffocating to death with some sort of cyanide gas. You're just going, there's a bit of an extreme between these 2 points. I'm not going to put my finger on it on where it went that way. But I tell you what, I love both films.
Yeah, why not?
Moonraker was on the other day and I watched it twice.
Brilliant.
It was on one afternoon and then it was on in the evening or something 2 days later, and I watched it again.
Yeah, why not?
Why am I watching this again?
Brilliant.
That's how I am. It's like, why is it these weird films that I keep watching? And I keep telling to everybody I haven't had time to watch all of these things that you people keep telling me and recommended I watch. Like,
same
am I watching Moonraker for the 50th time? Why? What are you doing, man? You got to tell somebody that you watch something in your blog. And what are you saying? Oh, Moonraker. Oh, bloody hell. We moved. Did everybody mention their favourite? I think they did, didn't they? Yeah, you did it. Yeah. Good night and thanks, everybody. Spy Who Loved Me, favourite too. Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, The Spy Who Loved Me is a fantastic film. The only one I don't like of Roger Moore, I think, really, is Octopussy. Don't really get on with Octopussy or that Fabergé egg crap. 9th and 11th are the best of the new Doctor Who's for me. That would be Christopher Eccleston and
Matt Smith.
Matt Smith, who's currently in the House of the Dragon, who's doing a fantastic job, I might say, in the actual production.
He's better than Doctor Who, that's for sure.
Yeah, no.
I never liked him.
Scottish geek guy, howdy folks. Christ, when he's just right. Goldeneye, because of the age. When it came out, and Casino Royale are my favourite. Although when it comes to Casino Royale, I take it he means the Daniel Craig one, because Casino Royale's done twice before that, hasn't it? I mean, you've even had David Niven in Casino Royale, haven't you? So it depends on what one you're talking about there. And the last comment says, I grew up with Roger Moore's Bond. Brosnan felt like a copy of Connery and Moore. Yeah, I'd agree with that. And with that, we've got 9 people watching, and the last comment has come out.
Right.
And we are 4 minutes away from 4 hours.
Right.
So, do you want to wind up? Did you want
to? I was just going to.
That you really want to bring up, or what?
I was just going to quickly run through Jim Jam's challenge, since nobody asked me.
Please, yes.
Anyway. So it's 5 sitcoms from the past that you like. Now, these are in no particular order, but my number 1 is my number 1.
Okay.
So I'll start off number 5, Keeping Up Appearances, Hyacinth, the last minute. Number 4, Hello. Number 3.
I don't think anybody can comment about these. I mean, flipping heck, hello. I mean,
On the Buzzes.
On the Buzzes.
Yeah. Number 2, which I'm surprised none of you mentioned, actually, One Foot in the Grave. One of the most darkest comedies going on, I think. The only thing is with that, I never liked the last episode. I thought it was appalling. 4.
I don't know if nobody else did mention it, because I didn't follow everybo's channel that went through. I mean, when you said yours, Ian, you said Sammy and somebody. I don't remember who the other one was. And when Jim Jam said it, he mentioned 4 or 5 people, and I only knew one of them that he mentioned. So
I did Curb Your Enthusiasm, my American one. I think that nobody had probably heard of that.
No.
One other person mentioned
that one.
One other person mentioned Curb Your Enthusiasm. Yeah, that was mentioned. So you weren't the only one who said that.
Right. Yeah. The Larry Graham fan is just great. Genius.
Some honourable mentions. Obviously, Love Thy Neighbour. I wish people would get their head out their arse. This was about No, it's seriously. This was about a sitcom about a black family living in the 1970s suffering racism, and that was obviously to pin, show everybody what was going on.
Yeah.
And people call that racist these days. Stop, please. It's not racist.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Nearest and dearest. I've got to put a little hand on this. You know what I mean? On the one that everybody likes. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, library.
Robin's Nest. Oh, Albert with his one arm. But my number one choice, and I love it because it's science fiction, and it's not Red Dwarf. It's Goodnight, Sweetheart.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
all said.
Brilliant.
The only thing is, what's missing from this set is the reunion movie they all had. I thought it was a fantastic sitcom where he went back thinking it was a theme pub. Could you imagine being in this position where you got all this power just by taking a bar of chocolate back? Everybody, friend, or a banana. He
had his friend. He had his friend printing money and all sorts.
Yeah, can you just imagine the sort of life he'd have?
Yeah, I've got that. I've got that series.
I haven't actually got that series.
Yeah,
and I have watched them all apart from the movie that you're talking about, the reunion. I think I've seen that. I do remember how it ended.
Have you got a favourite of the actresses who played the part?
I used to like the original one behind the bar.
Derva Kerwin, wasn't it that? And
I liked her more than the other one.
And out of it was Yvonne and Phoebe, wasn't it? Yvonne was his wife. Yvonne, it was the second one I liked better than the original. The original, I forgot what her name was, but her was in Rita, Sue and Bob too, wasn't she? But I did prefer the second one, the second Yvonne, but the first Phoebe. That's how
I was going to say the first Phoebe. If you turn around and said the second Phoebe, I'd be going, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Yeah, it was really the accent was really.
There was a definite difference between the two in looks and everything, and acting and everything. I mean, she actually did play the part really well of a 1940s woman that basically hated, the restrictions of being a girl during the war. You know what I mean? She really wanted to change things.
But you know what I liked about it as well? They actually finished it off with the last episode.
Because
he didn't need. I ain't going to give the ending in case somebody wants to watch it, but that did finish it off.
Yeah.
And it was, it was going to go one way or the other. As I said, I'm not going to go into.
I'm not going to say what it was, but am I right in thinking they actually looked him up as a name and they went to his bedsit?
Ooh.
And he actually does look like him. And he said this was passed down to me, and all of this sort of stuff, and it's his son, and it's basically he's in a bedsit.
Yeah,
but he's living like a tramp.
I don't remember that.
Oh, right.
Wasn't there something about a message on the wall?
Something. Yes,
I'm sure there was a message.
I mean,
he left.
What I remember how it ended was he had to make a choice, didn't he?
Live with all right. But I'm not going to ruin it. Somebody has put down a couple of things while we were talking. So Rick Mayall's New Statesman, great show growing up, and some great choices there, Denny. We're continuing with Goodnight, Sweetheart. I don't know why I haven't got it in my collection. I don't know how expensive it is to buy it either.
Al Gal Media bought it out.
I ain't going to pay that price.
Yeah, you can get it for second hand now, but I mean, I've had that years now. I watch them,
Yeah.
But
what I'm saying is that we'll at some point have to buy it because it is time travel-y and all of that sort of stuff.
It's just a fantasy. I just like the I just think it's completely out the box. I love the stories. I said you imagine going into his body, going back. You'd be looked at, well, I can't tell you where I work, because I'm a top secret agent,
I know, it's wonderful. And when he's on the piano doing the songs,
oh yeah,
it's wonderful. Well,
Right,
they're all
and
singing,
then
which
you
is
wonder where the idea came from for the film yesterday, don't you? I mean, so flipping
Yeah.
heck, I mean, it was in Good Night Sweetheart. He was going back all the time singing Beatles numbers in the 1940s.
Have you got a new song for us this week, Gary? Well, it just so
Yeah.
happens I have.
Yeah, here we go. Flipping, she loves you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Flipping running out of the piano. Bloody hell.
But I mean, all my choices there. I could sit all day and watch all these all day. I just
I
think
wasn't a big fan of One Foot in the Grave. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Even I would turn around and say I can live and live and.
I just thought some of the
that one.
comedy moments in there where I bought this gorilla suit.
Yeah,
back
and I'm sure there is. It's one of those ones where I went, apart from the theme tune with Eric Idle, I can live without.
I think.
I would put Father Ted there every time over it. You know what I mean?
Oh, Father, now I couldn't stand that.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's each to their own, isn't it? It's the type of humour that you're more into.
I know Jim Jam, he picked as his number one Gavin and Stacey.
I know, and I don't know what that's all about.
I'll be honest, if I saw that cording out anywhere, I'd waterboard him. You know, I can't. You know,
I just look at it.
You know, just for the authorities out there, I'm not being. You know,
I just think top 5, you can't do it. I couldn't do it. I did 5, and then I thought I don't.
What was the first thing that I said in my blogs? I turned around and said that's the most ridiculous, stupid question for anybody to ask. How you're supposed to ask somebody that's seen as many sitcoms as I have from 1970 something that I started watching them all the way through to today.
Yeah.
How many different series that would be, and you've got to choose 5.
But I ain't put Steptoe in there. I ain't put Porridge in there. There's loads I've missed out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the one thing is, I know that Gavin and Stacey wouldn't be in it. And in fact, I'll turn around and say, and I'm sorry about this, Jim Jam, and I don't want to ruin what you're saying. It's just that I can't think of one scene that made me laugh. I saw somebody do a clip of him the other day. He went into a chip shop, was ordering all these different chips and stuff while he was trying to have a phone call conversation on his phone. I don't know where this clip was. And I was going, so what's funny about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Oh, by the way, 2 Savoys, a pie, and a bag of chips while he was talking about, I'm just banging Stacey or something. And I'm going, well, I don't find this, it's not that funny. And then when it comes to this Welsh family, I'm just going.
It's like Peter Kay, Car Share. I never found that funny either. I just don't find the blow funny.
Well, Car Share, to me, that has funny moments.
Not
the reason I say that is, when you've got Peter Kay, who's sort of like being the know-all, and you've got her who's a bit dotty, and she thinks that dogging actually is taking the dog for a walk. That is actually quite funny. So he's trying to explain to her, right, I'm going dogging tonight. You what? You're going into a field to have sex with strangers. What you want about? That to me is quite a funny conversation. I can just imagine, a conversation talking to somebody who's very, very naive and not understanding.
Oh, another one. One I've missed out. I'm sorry. Last of the Summer Wine. I mean, that just.
Somebody asked me the other day when that should have been cancelled, and as far as I'm concerned, it's just around about when Compo died. It shouldn't have gone any more after that. But I did legitimately say about that, saying that there are some fantastic actors that came in and did some great shows after that. It's just that you've got 2 leading characters now, like Brian Wilde and.
Oh, Brian Wilde, yeah.
And when you've got Compo gone as well, then basically you've just got one of them left. No, you can put Blakey in and Normal Wisdom and all of these different people as much as you want, but you've really lost now the core. Because it really was these 3 people acting like small kids when they're 70.
I would say
and that's what makes the comedy.
It was one of the best looking sitcoms or comedies ever, of course, but I would say that one thing. It's beautiful. All that. I've been there as well.
Air House, we just used to sit there every Sunday night waiting for it to come on. It was just it was
the countryside and the way
it's funny.
Everything.
It's funny because I think that's what sums up Sunday TV to me is you like Last of the Summer Wine, and you see all of those lovely walls, you know, all the way,
yeah.
you know, that stone that they use.
Yeah.
1.5 hours later, on the same bloody channel, and you're watching All Creatures Great and Small, and it's in the bloody countryside with all them lovely walls and farms, and you're just going, is the North taking over? And then an hour after that, it's
that time as well.
That's like there'll be another load of bloody northern presenters talking to people around the bloody Leeds estate or something, and you'll go, I'm sorry, but this is not the North. I live in the Midlands. I don't want this bloody bollocks anymore. I want. No, but I'm ranting and raving. But All Creatures Great and Small, again, what a fantastic TV feed. Fantastic.
Robert Hardy was great, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, and you got Peter Davison as Tristan.
Yeah, Peter Davison, Robert Hardy.
You know, all I'm thinking about is that although I wouldn't want it in my collection, I'd like to watch them all again and then just go, yeah, I watched that, because he was in also something called A Very Peculiar Practice. He was a doctor, right?
Yeah.
Peter Davison, set in this college hospital type thing, and that was brilliant. And I'd like to see that again. But I haven't got it, and I know it's been released, and it's been a network release as well, and it was followed up by another Peculiar Practice, if I remember rightly. It's just the fact that there are things that you remember that you just want to watch, but they just wouldn't fit. I was telling you, Denny, that there was a Peter Davison comedy show where he actually found his long lost son or something who came to see him. He was on ITV. We couldn't quite remember what the title was called. It wasn't Sink or Swim. That was Rob. That was the bloke from the Sweeney. What's his name?
Oh, yeah.
That was bloke who plays Morse. I've forgotten his name now. Who played Morse? Right.
Yeah.
That was Sink or Swim. That was where his son was always in the background. But Peter Davison was in a comedy that lasted 1 season, 6 episodes. His long lost son came to stay with him, and it was the thing he did after Doctor Who. Can't remember what the comedy was called. I remember I liked it, and that was it. Really, I could look it up myself, but all I'm saying is that's wonderful, guys, and we've gone now 11 minutes over 4 hours. And there's a couple of things here. Look, Gavin and Stacey, and when Wallace died, rest in peace. Yeah. When Wallace died, I mean, obviously we know what that means. Yeah, that's the third member of Last of the Summer Wine, and that's it.
Yeah.
Nowhere else to go, but it had finished anyway. But yeah. He's looking it up now. Have you found it yet?
No.
1985 for ITV, Peter Davison comedy.
Anna of the Five Towns.
No.
The only things I've got here is Foxtails, Anna of the Five Towns, Agatha Christie's Marple, Magnum P.I., A Very Peculiar Practice, Campion, Fiddlers 3, Scream 1.
Oh, Campion. That was a detective, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's Kinsey. No, I can't see anything here with him.
Bet you I find it. Anyway, shall we end the stream, lads, and go?
Right.
Thank you very much to everybody. I must admit, I
Yeah.
thought we were going to probably end a lot sooner with so many people tuning into the other chat that was going on. But I do thank everybody that did turn in and asked a question and supported us. We might do another one. What do you think, lads? I don't know.
Yeah.
Always up for it. Yeah.
Oh, and Steve's still here. Look. Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Yeah, he stayed up enough for me to do this to him. Yeah. My salute to Steve.
Yeah.
You can go to sleep. You go to sleep now, knowing I still respect him, the bastard. And with that, I'm going to say salute. I'm going to let you two say what you'd like to say before you go, and then I'm going to hit that end stream. So, Denny, what would you like to say?
Yeah, thanks for joining us. It's been a fun night again. But next time, don't call me a bloody brummy.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again.
And do you know what I'm going to say? One of these days, I'm going to teach him English. And with that, salute. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Till next time.